In other words, for Arendt the pariah condition was historical rather than ontological. The pariah who embraces his or her conditions of exclusion, she also suggested in the wake of Bernard Lazare, becomes a conscious pariah and a rebel. Being a pariah is not only a condition that is undergone, it can also be chosen. Considering the revolutionary intellectuals of Eastern and Central European Jewry, the colonial world and the Caribbean, their pariah condition was both suffered and chosen. It was, at the same time, a subaltern status and a consciously assumed political stance. They belonged to a stigmatized minority and represented, as an intellectual and political avant-garde, the dominated majority. Their exclusion from academia and respectability, their mobility and their déclassement reinforced by prison and exile, all these elements radicalized their political orientation and sharpened their epistemological position. They observed the world from the margins, escaping the cultural, political, mental, and even psychological prejudices of the countries in which they lived. They were strangers in George Simmel's sense, they assimilated and merged different cultures, and free-floating in Karl Mannheim's sense, deprived of any solid social attachment, but this status helped them to develop a critical gaze on history, society, and politics. 120 Maybe it is not by chance that young communist intellectuals from North and West Africa, Asia and the Caribbean who lived in Paris in the 1920s decided to publish a journal named L'Hyperia, as mentioned above. This title perfectly summarized their status. L'Hyperia, Paris, 1922-26. Conservative anti-intellectualism. Déclassé rebels permanently involved in actions against the established order arouse feelings of contempt and fear, even hatred, amongst the defenders of bourgeois respectability. Very soon, revolutionary intellectuals became a prime target for conservative thinkers and ideologues who warned against the public danger they posed. Most of them looked at the revolutionary intelligentsia with moral aversion and physical repugnance. A gallery of quotations from conservative scholars, high ecclesiastical dignitaries, nationalists, fascists, and Nazis can be, if not pleasant, interesting, and significative. The portrait of Blanqui sketched by Tocqueville, a proud representative of the French aristocracy, in a private text like his Recollections, starts the series by epitomizing a genuine and intense dislike. It was then that I saw appear, in his turn, in the Tribune a man whom I have never seen since, but the recollection of whom has always filled me with horror and disgust. He had wan, emaciated cheeks, white lips, a sickly, wicked and repulsive expression, a dirty pallor, the appearance of a moldy corpse. He wore no visible linen, an old black frock coat tightly covered his lean, withered limbs. He seemed to have passed his life in a sewer, and to have just left it. I was told it was Blanqui. 121. In the second half of the 19th century, when the rise of positivism and the emergence of new social sciences like criminal anthropology provided analytical categories that reinterpreted revolutions as pathologies of the social body, Jacobin, socialist, and anarchist intellectuals were commonly depicted as degenerate. In the writings of Hippolyte Taine, who studied the history of France after 1789 like a doctor looking into an ailing body devastated by syphilis, revolutionaries were the carriers of dangerous diseases which he described with a medical lexicon: cholera, typhus, malaria, alcoholism, cancer, etc. 122 We saw in Chapter 2 the hyenas and gorillas of the Paris Commune, very popular in fin de siècle French political literature. With a more nuanced approach, Cesare Lombroso, the founder of criminal anthropology, distinguished between the terrorist killer and the nihilist who inspired him. The former was mostly a criminal born, a depraved individual who hated humanity, had no ethical values, and embodied illnesses like political epilepsy and hysteria. The latter was usually an intellectual who, unlike the practitioner of violence whose degeneration was written on his face and clearly detectable from the form of his skull, could also exhibit a very beautiful physiognomy. Rather than a criminal born, he or she was a political criminal by passion who revealed forms of neurosis, fanaticism, and mysticism by inheritance, to the point of replacing generosity with martyrdom. 123 Thus, Lombroso's taxonomy separated criminals and semi-insane revolutionaries like Louise Michel and Giovanni Passanante, the Italian anarchist who tried to kill King Umberto I in 1878, from revolutionaries who were political criminals by passion like Bakunin, Chernyshevsky and Zasulich. 124. Augusta Blanqui. Portrait by his wife, Amélie Sarah. Musée Carnavalet, Paris. Revolutionaries and Political Criminals, plates from Cesare Lombroso, Il delitto politico e le rivoluzioni. Max Nordau, an enthusiastic admirer of Lombroso, similarly thought that the writings and acts of revolutionists and anarchists are attributable to degeneracy. Anarchists were affected by fervent philanthropy and the desire to eliminate injustice from humankind, but as degenerated beings, meaning individuals incapable of adapting to existing circumstances and revealing an organic weakness of will, they were pushed to crime by their absurdity and monstrous ignorance of all real relations. 125 Therefore, revolutionary intellectuals were an additional example of the degeneration of modern life, alongside other manifestations already visible in the big cities of the West, shops selling commodities to satisfy depraved desires, the unchecked spread of drug dealing and sexual perversion, suicide, madness, and murder because of urban noise, and boulevards invaded by the unconventionally gendered smoking cigars. Revolutionary intellectuals were the equivalent, in theory and politics, of Baudelaire, Ibsen, Oscar Wilde, and Nietzsche in literature and philosophy. In The Secret Agent, Joseph Conrad amusingly fictionalizes the image of the déclassé anarchist intelligentsia widespread in the public opinion of the turn of the 20th century. The small group of conspirators who organize a terrorist attack at the Greenwich Observatory is composed of fanatics, sociopaths, and outcasts, whose otherness is revealed by their physical traits and a general conduct that is as hideous as it is grotesque. All of them belong to an underclass of eternal students, sectarian ideologues, and subversive thinkers. Jund, the oldest of this congregation, is old and bald, with a narrow, snow-white wisp of a goatee hanging limply from his chin. Though his interventions are simply pathetic, an extraordinary expression of underhand malevolence survived in his extinguished eyes. His gestures recall the effort of a moribund murderer summoning all his remaining strength for a last stab. 126 He has spent his entire life in underground meetings and terrorist conspiracies, but when he speaks the shadow of his evil gift still clings to him like the smell of a deadly drug in an old vial of poison. 127 Ossipon, the author of the group's leaflets, is a tall and robust ex-medical student without a degree. His red, freckled face is topped by a bush of crinkly yellow hair, and his gaze projected by almond-shaped eyes, whereas his nose and mouth are cast in the rough mold of the Negro type. An admirer of Lombroso, he perfectly fits the criminologist's portrait of degenerate and criminal men. During group discussions, his emotions accentuate the Negro type of his face. 128 The professor, he is known only by his nickname, was born to a poor family and inherited his mental habitus from his father, the itinerant and rousing preacher of a Christian sect. Haunted by the dream of destroying public faith in legality, he is a fanatic and has specialized in making bombs, the supreme guarantee of his sinister freedom. 129 Finally, Michaelis, the ticket of leave apostle, has spent several years in jail from which he emerged morbidly obese, round like a tub. 130 Undoubtedly, Conrad's portraits caricature the terrorist archetype of his time, probably merging several well-known anarchist figures. Except for their physical features, these grotesque conspirators recall Nietzsche, whom Bakunin enthusiastically depicted as the representative of a generation of magnificent young fanatics, believers without gods. 131 And their projected attack could also evoke Peter Kropotkin or Enrico Malatesta, respectively a scientist and a medical student, the spokespersons of propaganda by the deed. But it is significant that, differently from both Kropotkin and Malatesta, who had aristocratic and wealthy origins, Conrad preferred to make his characters marginals from the dregs of society. After the Russian Revolution, the archetype of the revolutionary intellectual shifted from the anarchist terrorist to the Bolshevik, the new specter haunting Europe. In his famous lecture Politics as a Vocation, Max Weber sketched this latest figure by distinguishing him from other social actors like the bourgeois, the scholar or the responsible politician. Unlike these, who embodied an ethics of responsibility related to both the rationality of their profession and the capacity to foresee the consequences of their actions, intellectuals were the most unreliable and unpredictable social subjects. The bourgeois interiorizes the Protestant work ethic, which is based on a form of terrestrial asceticism oriented towards a rationally organized system of production and profit-making. The scholar is a man of science, his knowledge is objective and axiologically neutral, which allows him to achieve a critical distance free of any emotional interference. Like the artist, the responsible politician, who accomplishes his vocation for politics, escapes the rules of rationalization and is not subject to a hierarchical order, but does not ignore the superior interests of his country. The intellectual, on the other hand, does not belong to a class or an order and does not occupy a stable position in the structure of society or the economy. Whereas both classes and orders, think respectively of the bourgeoisie and the clergy, have a coherent and highly developed worldview, intellectuals are socially uprooted and politically free-floating, an unstable condition that pushes them almost naturally towards anti-conformism and the critique of established powers. Resistant and refractory by nature to all ruling institutions, they become a source of chaos. In times of social and political unrest, they are apt to join revolutionary movements. They are mostly uprooted, strangers, emigrants, and frequently journalists. At the end of the First World War, they were attracted to extreme and demagogic postures, exposed to contingent passions and irresistibly susceptible to messianic dreams. These were the Bolsheviks, romantic intellectuals who, emotionally unfit for everyday life or averse to it and its demands, inevitably hunger and thirst after the great revolutionary miracle. 132 This was the sterile excitement of a particular type of intellectual, the member of a pariah caste, both Russian and German, who had played a crucial role in this carnival which is being graced with the proud name of a revolution. 133 This was the deplorable result, Weber concluded, of a political action grounded in a total lack of clairvoyance and responsibility. Demagogy combined with political extremism produced a new form of messianism, the secular ersatz for a faith engulfed in modern rationality but still nostalgically remembered, still yearned for. Evoking implicitly George Lukács and Ernst Bloch, two young philosophers who had attended his circle at Heidelberg before the war and later supported the Russian Revolution with a fervor colored by mysticism, Weber stigmatized the propensity of some modern intellectuals to furnish their souls with, so to speak, guaranteed genuine antiques. The new religion was called Bolshevism and its prophet was Leon Trotsky, an intellectual who, not content to carry out this experiment in his own house, wished to export it and promoted unrivaled propaganda for socialism throughout the whole world. With the typical vanity of the Russian literature, Weber emphasized, he hoped to provoke a civil war in Germany by means of wars of words. 134 His followers were coffee-house intellectuals who had invented a politics of the street, not to pressure governments but rather to call into question the state itself. As hubs of a public sphere antipodal to parliamentary politics, the coffee houses acted as magnets for a multitude of uprooted intellectuals, as well as political activists external to the established parties and lacking a solid social status. Among these Weber included the leaders of the Spartacist uprising and the Bavarian Revolution of 1919, Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Liebknecht, and Kurt Eisner, whom he sneeringly described as a handful of street dictators. 135. In the same year as Weber's lecture in Munich, Eugenio Pacelli, the future Pope Pius XII, was papal nuncio in the Bavarian capital and sent his reports to the Vatican. One of them, written in April, describes Max Levien, the Soviet agent who tried to reorganize the revolutionary power threatened by the Free Corps, in frightening terms. His aide had visited the headquarters of the Soviet government and had been struck by the presence of numerous women who seemed comfortable with their male comrades. They were a gang of young women, of dubious appearance, Jewish like all the rest of them. The boss of this female rabble, he continued, was Levien's mistress, a young Russian woman, a Jew and a divorcee. As for Levian, he was particularly hideous. This Levian is a young man of about 30 or 35, also Russian and Jew. Pale, dirty, with drugged eyes, hoarse voice, vulgar, repulsive, with a face that is both intelligent and sly. 136 These outcast intellectuals, Pacelli's words suggested, perfectly fitted a pornographic picture of sexual debauchery as well as the conspirators of the protocols of the Elders of Zion. 10 years later, fascist anti-intellectualism combined an anti-Semitic with a homophobic tune, depicting intellectuals as the opposite of manly. Intellectualism, Mino Macari wrote in Il Selvaggio in 1933, is a kind of unfruitful intelligence, an intelligence without virility. Intellectualism is a pathological international, like that of homosexuals or that of anarchists. They play a female role, but in the worst sense, because their womanhood does not mean maternity. 137. The anti-intellectualism of German nationalists, particularly the Nazis, was even stronger than that of their Italian partners, since the latter form of fascism tolerated the aesthetic avant-garde and tried to corrupt rather than persecute the intellectuals. However, under the Weimar Republic, attacking coffee-house intellectuals was routine for right-wing newspapers and quickly became a specialty of nationalist ideologues, a crowded cohort that Theodore W. Adorno called the anti-intellectual intellectuals. 138 The most prestigious of their journals, Die Tat, depicted Bolshevism as an artificial construction built by a group of uprooted, rationalists, theoreticians and intellectuals, usually more attuned to breweries. The great target of this propaganda was cultural Bolshevism, a plague afflicting Germany. In Nazi publications, Bolsheviks, intellectuals, and Jews were used at this time as synonyms. The Jews embodied a cosmopolitan, rationalistic, anti-German spirit that found favorable soil in the big cities and was dangerously carried out by their agents, the revolutionary intellectuals. In his speech delivered in Berlin in front of the Humboldt University, on May 1, 1933, just before the students of the Hitler Youth started the Autodafé of degenerate books, Joseph Goebbels solemnly announced that the time of extremely sharp intellectualism was over. 139 The National Socialist Revolution was salvation for a Germany which the forces of subhumanity had thrown into chaos at the end of the war by conquering the political arena. They had inundated German libraries with a despicable asphalt literature, and these massive book-burning actions took a more than symbolic purifying character. 140. Usually, the Nazis described intellectuals as cold and bloodless minds. Goebbels was accustomed to stigmatizing any intellectual agitator who had found in Marxism his inspiration. The magnificent specimen of this human decadence, he clarified, was the Jew. 141 Jewish Bolshevism was a major threat for Western civilization, insofar as it sealed the alliance between a revolutionary ideology like Marxism and the Slavic soul, behind which lurked the racial subhumanity of the Eastern world. The Jewish intellectual, the true brain of the Soviet Union, was the maleficent mixer of this explosive cocktail. According to Alfred Rosenberg, Bolshevism, the last product of the combination of a Jewish cosmopolitan intellectualism with a passionate Oriental religious fervor. And the origin of this dangerous nihilistic ideology could be detected with the help of racial biology. In order to understand the phenomenon of Bolshevism in its historical context, he explained in 1935, one must first accept the notion that parasites exist not only in the world of flora and fauna but, to put it in pedestrian scientific terms, also in the world of human beings. 142 In other words, Bolshevism was the ideological expression of parasitism, a characteristic feature of the Jew's blood. As for Hitler, in 1933 he simply identified the proletarian dictatorship with the dictatorship of Jewish intellectualism and denounced the Jewish intellectual leadership of world revolution. 143. Hall of the Exhibition der Jude, Munich 1937. Werner Skolem. On November 28, 1937, Joseph Goebbels inaugurated in Munich, hosted by the Library of the German Museum, an exhibition titled Der Jude, which was devoted to illustrating the pernicious role historically played by the Jews in domestic and international politics by unveiling their racial background. In the exhibition hall, a gigantic panel displayed several portraits of Jewish personalities with the Jewish Social Democrat, Rudolf Hilferting, and the Bolshevik Karl Radek, in the center. Under these portraits the visitors could admire a life mask of Werner Skolem, a Jewish communist deputy of the Reichstag. Beside this life mask were displayed enlarged molds of his ears, nose, and mouth, which had been made in Dachau, the concentration camp where he had been deported. He died in Buchenwald the following year. For this exhibition, the Nazis had exhumed the tradition of life masks, popular at the end of the 19th century to document the racial features of the populations of German colonies. Skolem's mask was topped by the caption, "They have typical physical characteristics." According to the Nazi paper Volkischer Beobachter, Goebbels was delighted by this exhibition, finding it exquisite. 144. Fellow travelers. Revolutionary intellectuals should not be confused with the fellow travelers of communism. Of course, this distinction is not always obvious, the line between the two was narrow and shifting, but it existed nonetheless. The notion itself of fellow traveler is quite vague. It appears in Trotsky's Literature and Revolution, first mentioned as a label coined within the milieu of German social democracy at the end of the 19th century. Now, he applied it to an ensemble of young Russian novelists and poets who had tumbled into the maelstrom of revolution without formally joining the ranks of Bolshevism. Between bourgeois art, which is wasting away either in repetitions or in silences, and the new art which is as yet unborn, Trotsky argued, there is being created a transitional art which is more or less organically connected with the revolution, but which is not at the same time the art of the revolution. 145. Its representatives, including remarkable figures such as Sergei Yesenin and Boris Pilniak, still remained halfway across the river dividing committed Bolsheviks from everyone else. Trotsky stressed that their horizon had been fixed by the revolution, and they had accepted it, each in his own way. But in these individual acceptances, he added, there is one common trait which sharply divides them from communism, and always threatens to put them in opposition to it. They do not grasp the revolution as a whole, and the communist ideal is foreign to them. Therefore, he concluded, they were not the artists of the proletarian revolution, but rather its fellow travelers. 146. In other words, the Bolsheviks regarded them with sympathy and considered them friends, but could not avoid a certain caution. They could share a part of the journey, but the point was to know until where. The current meaning of this label, however, appeared in the 1930s and was definitively fixed during the Cold War, when it entered several Western languages to indicate a large category of scholars, writers, and artists related to the communist parties. Jean-Paul Sartre was never a member of the PCF, he sometimes criticized it, but shared a stretch of road with the communists, as did Pablo Picasso. Dating the birth of the communist fellow traveler is not difficult. He appeared when the Comintern abandoned the sectarian and extremist politics of the so-called Third Period, when social democracy was called social fascism, and adopted the strategy of popular fronts grounded in an alliance with socialist parties and a broad mobilization against fascism. This political turn took place in France after the events of February 6, 1934, when a far-right demonstration threatened to march on the Palais Bourbon, the seat of government, and the clashes that followed, at the Place de la Concorde, left 14 dead and hundreds wounded. After the rise to power of Hitler in Germany, fascism was spreading in Europe, and the French left spontaneously created a united front between the socialist and the communist parties, the SFIO and the PCF, thus avoiding the divisions that had favored the rise of the Nazi movement under the Weimar Republic. The architects of this turn were three scholars, the philosopher Alain, the physicist Paul Langevin, and the ethnologist Paul Rivet, who founded the Vigilance Committee of Anti-Fascist Intellectuals. This mobilization reached its apogee during the Spanish Civil War, when artists and writers from around the world went to Spain to fight for the Republic. 147. In May 1935, the French-Soviet Treaty of Mutual Assistance had reinforced the turn towards the Popular Front, which went on to win the elections of the following spring. Under the leadership of Maurice Thorez, the PCF endorsed the principle of national defense by claiming the legacy of Jacobinism. It was in Paris that, in June 1935, the first International Writers' Congress for the Defense of Culture took place, chaired by André Malraux and André Gide and masterminded by Ilya Ehrenberg. 148 In the political context of the 1930s, sharing a stretch of road with communism did not necessarily mean joining a revolutionary movement. This choice was rather felt and lived as an ineluctable necessity in the struggle against fascism. And this wave involved scholars and public intellectuals who had never been seduced by the October Revolution. Think of Gide and Malraux in France, Heinrich Mann and Leon Feuchtwanger in Germany, or representatives of left-wing liberalism like Harold Laski, George Bernard Shaw, and Sidney Webb in the United Kingdom. In 1935, Sidney and his wife, Beatrice, published a quite shameful apology of Stalinism, Soviet communism, a new civilization, that celebrated the accomplishments of Soviet industrialization. This was the immoral dimension of a general commitment to a just cause. Anti-fascism was an ethos and a moral duty rather than a political strategy or a revolutionary commitment. 149 In Moscow 1937, Feuchtwanger went further by explicitly endorsing the indictments pronounced by the Soviet prosecutor, Andrei Vyshinsky. 150 But their relationship with the USSR, whether obsequious or critical, as in the case of Andrei Gide's back from the USSR 151, was external and not tied to any material aid or constraint. Unlike the revolutionary intellectuals, whom Stalinism placed before a tragic but simple dilemma, submission or persecution, many fellow travelers were afforded the luxury of privately expressing their skepticism. In his conversations with Walter Benjamin in Skofbostrand, Denmark, in 1938, Bertolt Brecht defined the USSR as a workers' monarchy and compared it to a grotesque natural phenomenon, like the emergence of horned fish or other monsters of the deep, but publicly he remained a fellow traveler, and in 1949 he moved to East Berlin. 152 In 1929, Romain Rolland wrote to Paina it Istrati that his criticism of the USSR had opened his eyes, but begged him not to publish his text, which would merely reinforce international reaction. 153 6 years later, he went to Moscow to interview Stalin. Fundamentally, both the Bolsheviks and their fellow travelers were conscious of their differences, even if they publicly showed a unanimous facade. The former needed the support of the Western intelligentsia to prove that they were the harbingers of progress and humanism. Unlike the universities and military schools intended to educate a generation of professional revolutionaries on a global scale, the All-Union Society for Cultural Ties Abroad regularly invited foreign intellectuals willing to promote the image of the USSR in the West. Its directors, first Olga Kameneva, wife of Lev Kamina and sister of Trotsky, fired in 1929, then Alexander Arosev, between 1931 and 1937, had lived in exile and truly admired many of the scholars and writers they invited. Their goal was building a network of communist fellow travelers and friends of the USSR. 154 With hindsight, the enthusiastic chronicles and testimonies that these illustrious visitors brought back from their travels did not say anything new or original about Soviet society, but open a very interesting window on their own mental world, often stuffed with prejudice and incomprehension. They were tourists in a foreign country they did not really understand. Whereas the Bolsheviks considered Russia a revolutionary bridge between West and East, many fellow travelers viewed the Soviet experiment through a benevolent Orientalist prism. Russia appeared to them as a backward, almost Asiatic country, inhabited by peasants whose ruthless but childlike innocence possessed the charm of noble savages, and led by revolutionary intellectuals whose radical utopianism was the product of this social primitivity. In his Moscow diary, Theodore Dreiser described the exotic character of the Soviet population, a mixture of Europeans and Asians who reminded him of the Negroes of the less developed parts of the United States. 155 In January 1933, 3 years before his famously disappointing visit and critical essay, Andrei Gide expressed in his journal a sincere support for the Soviet experiment, which he wished wholeheartedly to be successful, while honestly admitting that this extraordinary experience was valuable for Russia but not the West. He did not believe that the social state the Bolsheviks were building would be desirable for our people. 156. The already mentioned Paris Congress of 1935 decided to start an international association whose board included, beside Barbusset, Gide and Malraux, personalities such as Julian Benda, Ilya Ehrenberg, Aldous Huxley, Sinclair Lewis, Thomas Mann, Gaetano Salvemini, and George Bernard Shaw. The common goal that united this motley band of writers and essayists was not revolution, it was the defense of culture and civilization. In the face of fascism, many intellectuals who had hitherto regarded Bolshevism as a form of quasi-Asiatic anarchism suddenly became enthusiastic supporters of the USSR, a social and political creation in which they discerned a modern version of the Enlightenment. They wished to reaffirm the values of progress, democracy, freedom, equality, and peace. 157 Did they ingenuously fall into the trap set by Soviet totalitarianism, as some conservative historians suggest? François Furet is right in observing that through antifascism, communism had recovered the trophy of democracy and had reinvented itself as freedom by default at the time of the Soviet Great Terror. 158 But his assessment must be qualified. It plainly disregards the fact that anti-fascism was a very large and heterogeneous movement including socialists, liberals, Trotskyists, anarchists, and even religious thinkers like Jacques Maritain, Luigi Sturzo and Paul Tillich. In most cases, they admitted their discrepancies with communism and the alliance was not as harmonious as many of them publicly pretended. During the Paris Conference of 1935, the conflict between revolutionary intellectuals and Stalinism broke out within the ranks of the fellow travelers when André Breton called for the liberation of Victor Serge and was banned from the proceedings after a violent confrontation with Ehrenberg. 159. Antifascism was a transitional experience. It gathered the multiple airs of the Enlightenment, from classical liberalism to revolutionary Marxism, into a common front against the forces of irrationalism, anti-humanism, vitalism, racism, anti-Semitism, authoritarianism and nationalism. When fascist Europe appeared as the consummation of the long trajectory of a counter-revolution running from 1789 to Hitler, Matthie's idea of a historical continuity linking Jacobinism to Bolshevism was widely accepted. The two antipodal souls of the Enlightenment would separate after 1945, when the United Front had become useless. Soviet communism and liberal democracy could share a stretch of the road. This was the premise for the emergence of the communist fellow travelers, but also for the confrontation between the latter and the revolutionary intellectuals. In this respect, democratic writers who supported the USSR could even play a decisive role as intermediaries between heretic and orthodox communists, as occurred in 1935, when Gide and Malraux interceded for the liberation of Serge. This anti-fascist alliance lasted at least until the outbreak of the Cold War, with a short but dramatic interruption between 1939 and 1941, the time of the German-Soviet Pact, which many intellectuals denounced as a betrayal. André Breton. Photo by Henry Manuel. Victor Serge. Thomas Mann's Allegories. There is a literary masterpiece that astonishingly foreshadows this conflictive but mutually accepted encounter between revolutionary intellectuals and communist fellow travelers, or, put differently, this temporary compromise between revolution and liberal democracy, messianism and rationalism, emancipatory upheavals and linear progress. It is, of course, Thomas Mann's novel The Magic Mountain. Among the characters of the small community of sick men who haunt the sanatorium of Davos, in the Swiss mountains, on the eve of the Great War, we find Nafta, a fascinating figuration of the anarcho-communist Jewish intellectual, and Settembrini, the archetypal civilizations literat, who intransigently defends the principles of rationalism. Nafta and Settembrini stubbornly disagree on almost everything, but they are good friends. Nafta is an intriguing figure of the stranger, a marginal man. He is a Jew from Volhynia, in Eastern Europe. His father was a ritual butcher, for whom to slaughter animals, Nafta had been familiar with the spectacle of blood since childhood, was the accomplishment of a religious duty. He was killed during a pogrom and Nafta recalls him with affection. Settembrini is a caricature of the Enlightener. Italian, inheritor of Risorgimento, he believes in progress, democracy, and the rights of man. Like all democratic thinkers of the 19th century, he believes that social, economic, technological, and moral progress are a single, entwined process. Progress is the law of history and its victory is ineluctable. Nafta is an outcast. He has Jewish origins but converted to Catholicism and studied in a Jesuit college. He is a romantic, a conservative, and a revolutionary at the same time, an apologist of theocracy and the Middle Ages and a propagandist of Bolshevism and international revolution. His arguments seem those of a conservative radical, until suddenly he adopts a communist posture. His ideal of communism is located in the past, as a form of classless, stateless, communitarian and egalitarian society. Man depicts him this way. He was small, skinny, clean-shaven man, and so ugly, caustically, one could almost say, corrosively, ugly, that the cousins were astonished. Somehow everything about him was caustic, the aquiline nose dominating the face, the small, pursed mouth, the pale gray eyes behind thick lenses in the light frames of his glasses, even his studied silence, from which it was clear that his words would be caustic and logical. 160. Ernst Bloch. George Lukács as People's Commissar of the Hungarian Soviet Republic in 1919. Nafta is an ambiguous figure of the apocalyptic rebel. Several scholars suggest that his portrait was inspired by Ernst Bloch or George Lukács, a German and a Hungarian, two young Jewish intellectuals whom Thomas Mann had known before the war. 161 At that time, both of them were oriented towards romantic anti-capitalism and messianic hopes. Lukács became People's Commissar of Culture under the Hungarian Soviet Republic of Belaton in 1919. Bloch had devoted many pages to the Middle Ages in the spirit of utopia. As for Settembrini, he is a parody of Thomas Mann's brother, Heinrich, who embodied in Germany the ideas of the French Dreyfusards. Settembrini believes in the principles of enlightenment. In his view, two antipodal forces struggle to conquer the world: despotism and law, tyranny and freedom, superstition and science. But he is deeply convinced that the march of history is unequivocally advancing towards universal fraternity grounded in the alliance between reason, science, and law. Despite the anachronism and naivete of this contemporary Voltaire, the novel finishes with the outbreak of the Great War. Settembrini possesses something appealing and noble. He is a delicate man with brown hair and a black mustache twirled at the ends, wearing pastel-checked trousers and a wide-lapelled, double-breasted coat that hung much too long, while his high collar are rough from frequent laundering. His social condition is certainly modest, but his gestures are elegant, his voice precise and melodious, speaking perfectly German with an Italian accent. When he stops, he strikes a graceful pose by propping himself on his cane and crossing his ankles. 162 Although he wears second-hand, unfashionable clothes, his interlocutors immediately understand they have a gentleman before them. His face is a strange mixture of shabbiness and charm. 163. In Geist und Tat, Heinrich Mann had called for the intervention of writers and scholars in the public eye in order to defend the rights of man and to democratize Imperial Germany. In the 1930s, as mentioned above, he became a fellow traveler of the USSR, notably after publishing his essay The Hate. 164 Thomas Mann, who had been a voice of conservative revolution in his reflections of a non-political man, joined his brother in the 1930s, thus turning himself into a Zivilisationsliterat. In the face of fascism, even Nafta and Settembrini could share a stretch of road. Comintern intellectuals. Among the many reasons that make the October Revolution a Copernican turn in intellectual history, one stands out: with the birth of the USSR, the outcast rebels of all continents found a homeland. For many of them, it was, once again, a precarious haven, a transitional experience, and a terrible disillusion. For others, it became a powerful anchorage or even a permanent abode. For all of them, this meant an existential change. Firstly, it deeply affected their material status. In the former Tsarist Empire, a generation of banned and persecuted intellectual exiles suddenly became the political, economic, managerial, cultural, and even military elite of a new state that had to be forged in the middle of a civil war. Just a few months before becoming chairman of the first Soviet government, Lenin was in exile in Zurich. 1 year before leading the Soviet delegation that negotiated the peace treaty with Germany in Brest-Litovsk, Trotsky was in New York writing for the socialist newspapers of the Russian émigrés, and Karl Radek was being hunted by the Austrian police because of his anti-war propaganda. Georgy Chicherin, who replaced Trotsky as head of the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs, heard about the Russian Revolution in a London prison, where he was serving time for his status as an anti-war activist, while Lev Kamina, Lenin's deputy chairman in the Soviet government, had been liberated from his Siberian exile by the February Revolution. In Hungary, Bela Kun moved straight from prison to being the head of the Soviet Republic. The list could be easily extended. For those intellectuals who joined the communist parties, Moscow became the new world capital. There they found material support, had strategic discussions, and met representatives of revolutionary movements from all continents. Outcasts in their own countries, they established an organic link with a political apparatus and a state institution which several anarchists found even more authoritarian than Marx's communism, as criticized by Bakunin in the 1870s. In a certain way, it would not be wrong to say that the Bolsheviks, following in the footsteps of their French predecessors, put in power a sort of collective philosopher-king, which quickly understood that, instead of instituting an ideal polis, it had to fight for survival. There is something paradoxical in this new dependence. Since the end of the 18th century, philosophers and hommes de lettres had struggled to emancipate themselves, materially, ideologically, and psychologically, from the patronage of the aristocratic courts. In the 20th century, their most radical heirs accepted submission to a new court that they themselves had helped to build. And just like a century earlier, at the dawn of modern capitalism, those who did not accept this dependence found some spaces of freedom at the edges of a reified public sphere and in the culture industry of bourgeois countries. The World Republic of Letters saved them. Thus, many marginal intellectuals became professional revolutionaries, with a regular income, and some turned into apparatchiks. Anatoly Lunacharsky, the Minister of Education, who in 1917 was living precariously in Switzerland after having been expelled from France, exemplifies this metamorphosis. It certainly entailed a significant improvement of their material conditions and, of course, a dramatic reversal of their symbolic status, but this change does not fit into the canonical dichotomy between outsiders and established. 165 First, because there were almost no outsiders against whom the newly established could self-identify, and second, because the iron law of oligarchy would appear later, under the form of what the Bolshevik diplomat Christian Rakovsky called the professional dangers of power. 166 And even in the 1930s, a time in which social hierarchies had been restored and the high functionaries of the USSR benefited from real privileges, these advantages still remained quite relative when compared with those of the capitalist world. In the 1920s, high-ranking officials of the Soviet government lived in hotels and former aristocratic palaces converted into dormitories, a transitional arrangement in a time of egalitarian expectations positing the death of domesticity. 167 Things changed in the following decades. According to Yuri Slezkine, who has extensively investigated the life of the inhabitants of the House of Government, a massive 10-story building in the heart of Moscow with 500 apartments reserved for the Soviet nomenklatura from 1931 onwards, the living standards of most of them were definitely modest. In a letter written in 1936 during his travels in the Netherlands, Nikolai Bukharin, a former Soviet minister, expressed astonishment at the luxury of Dutch houses, a standard of living he had never encountered in Russia. All the rooms are large and spacious, and there is lots of storage space, and the hotels, we have been put up in a terrific hotel. I have never lived in a hotel like this. 168. Joining the party, however, was incontestably life-changing, according to the testimony of Erich Hobsbawm. He quotes the Italian communist leader Giorgio Amendola, the author of a beautiful autobiography titled A Life Choice 169, a choice that brought him nothing comfortable at all. It was rather the election of a life of sacrifice and constraint, in which bohemian freedoms and nonconformist behavior coexisted with, but could also, very often, be replaced by discipline and a rigorous form of worldly asceticism. 170. The true communist was not far different from the 19th-century Russian revolutionary depicted by Hans Magnus Enzensberger as rather a Puritan than an Epicurean, who led an extremely strict life, conscious, scrupulous, and marvelously modest. 171 For most men and women, to accept this option meant more than renouncing an academic career or a respectable profession, it meant renouncing a family life. The moral rules of these revolutionary professionals were, in many respects, much more strict and repressive than those of the bourgeois society they opposed. Many women sent abroad on a political mission might find themselves separated from their young children for years. This pattern of conduct transformed the outsiders of the bourgeois world into complete insiders of a communism, whether the party or the Comintern, that possessed many features of a total institution. But this was a peculiar type of open total institution, both entry and exit being voluntary, where the submission to a superior power implied a set of internalized rules and a specific technology of the self. 172 As many former communists explain, the CP appeared to its members as a kind of counter-society, a mixture of school, church, tribunal, barracks, and, for the revolutionary professionals, 173 international corporation. The party, Edgar Morin wrote in his autobiography, ran a hierarchical universe as extraordinary and sacred as that of the Catholic Church, with its rituals, feasts, fervors, evils, customs, hypocrisies, and secrets. 174 The party had journals, newspapers, and publishing houses to educate its members, as well as its own schools. Its ideology cemented a community of believers gathered around the dogmas of a doctrine, Marxism-Leninism, supervised by an orthodox clerisy, which also administered justice through an iron law. As soldiers of a revolutionary army, communist activists submitted to a hierarchical system that implied discipline and, where appropriate, severe sanctions. In history and class consciousness, Lukács defined discipline, far beyond its technical and practical aspects, as a dialectical synthesis between freedom and solidarity realized by the revolutionary organization, the discipline of the Communist Party, the unconditional absorption of the total personality in the praxis of the movement, was the only possible way of bringing about an authentic freedom. 175 Louis A. Kozer defined Bolshevism as a religious sect in the sociological sense of Max Weber, an ecclesiatura that operated as an exclusive body of special religious performers. 176 Considering the life of revolutionary intellectuals such as Willy Munzenberg, the wandering organizer of Comintern propaganda, Felix Dzerzhinsky, the inflexible chief of the Chayka, or Larissa Reisner, whom Trotsky depicted as an Olympian goddess who combined a subtle and ironical mind with the courage of a warrior, one could conclude that, ironically, they rather matched the profile of the nihilist drawn by Nietzsche in 1869. The revolutionary is a lost man, he has no interests of his own, no cause of his own, no feelings, no habits, no belongings, he does not even have a name. Everything in him is absorbed by a single, exclusive interest, a single thought, a single passion, the revolution. 177. And communism became a transnational institution whose brain, located in Moscow, organized missions all over the world. But unlike in the 1920s, when internationalism meant coordinated liberation struggles, over the following decade it largely meant the defense of the USSR and the subordination of the action of all communist parties to the prior interests of Soviet foreign policy. Wondering about the consequences of possible membership of the Communist Party, in January 1927, when in Moscow he met the heads of Soviet cultural institutions and daily visited his beloved Sglasis, who worked for the Soviet theater, Walter Benjamin evaluated the pros and cons of a choice that would have put an end to his illegal incognito among bourgeois authors. He did not exclude this option, but was aware of the obstacles that it could create for his research and intellectual independence. On the one hand, it meant a solid position, a mandate, even if only by implication, and an organized, guaranteed contact with other people. On the other, it also meant giving up your private independence and being able to project your own thoughts into something like a pre-established field of forces. 178 In the end, he did not join the KPD, just as he never seriously considered the option of learning Hebrew and joining his friend Gershom Scholem in Jerusalem. This existential microcosm was not the natural outcome of Marxist theory or Lenin's conspiratorial obsessions, even if Bolshevik centralism obviously played a role in building such an awful system. This was not the product of a malignant ideology, according to the fantasies of an anti-communist scholarship that brings to mind the anti-Semitic myth of an international Jewish plot. This was the final outcome of a militarization of the revolution that struggled to survive and build the USSR as an effective actor in the midst of an international civil war. Like Saturn, revolutions devour their children, and the intellectuals had a foremost place among the victims of Stalinism. Needless to say, for a generation of intellectuals that had adopted Marxism as a revolutionary theory, this transformation brought an overwhelming spiritual impoverishment. As Hobsbawm reminds us in his autobiography, in the 1930s Marxism quickly became dialectical and historical materialism, that is, a set of pedagogical simplifications that turned it into a scientific worldview in a rather 19th-century sense. 179 In the interwar years, Western Marxism as well as the most creative forms of anti-colonial Marxism were produced outside of the control of the Comintern and the USSR. With very few exceptions, most notably Lukács, creative intellectuals could not think within the compelling structures of these total institutions. In the 1930s, the paths of most revolutionary intellectuals dramatically divided. Some accepted Stalinism, some embraced a form of heretical communism, some decided to stay outside the party to preserve their independence of thought, and some became anti-communists. As for the Russian and Eastern European revolutionary intellectuals, most of them perished between 1936 and 1938 in the purges. 6 out of 8 members of the first Politburo of the Bolshevik Party created in November 1917, Lev Kamenev, Nikolai Krestinsky, Leon Trotsky, Grigory Zinoviev, Andrei Bubnov, and Grigory Sokhonikov, were killed by Stalin between 1936 and 1941, only Lenin and Stalin himself died natural deaths. In the 1930s, the Moscow trials became a breathtaking mirror of the conflicting tendencies and moral dilemmas that tore apart an entire generation of Bolsheviks and, indirectly, of revolutionary intellectuals on a global scale. Defending a communist ideal that transcended individual interests, their moral commitment was permanently threatened by 2 distinct drifts. The first was ethical extremism, which posited absolute values in the name of which any social, political, and even human consequence could be considered as minor and acceptable, and any compromise as betrayal and a despicable form of realpolitik. 180 Bakunin and Nechayev had fixed its rules in a sort of revolutionary law. Hard toward himself, he must be hard toward others also. All the tender and effeminate emotions of kinship, friendship, love, gratitude, and even honor, must be stifled in him by a cold and single-minded passion for the revolutionary cause. There exists for him only one delight, one consolation, one reward, and one gratification, the success of the revolution. Night and day, he must have but one thought, one aim, merciless destruction. In cold-blooded and tireless pursuit of this aim, he must be prepared both to die himself and to destroy with his own hands everything that stands in the way of its achievement. 181. The second drift was a form of self-alienation in regards to a party viewed as the embodiment of revolutionary ethics. After 1917, this tendency prevailed and increasingly overwhelmed any realm of individual autonomy. According to Lukács, the true strength of the party is moral. 182. The frightful spectacle of the Moscow trials, with a generation of brilliant, valuable, generous, and often courageous revolutionary intellectuals confessing to the most appalling imaginary crimes, depicting themselves as traitors, sheds light not only on the destruction of communist ethics by Stalinism but also on the extreme consequences of a dangerous philosophical and political theory that viewed the Communist Party as the embodiment of ethics itself. Confronted with the tragic outcomes of this practice of self-alienation, several communists rediscovered the virtues of radical humanism. Victor Serge's autobiography contains the sentence: "Defense of man. Respect for man. Man must be given his rights, his security, his value. Without these, there is no socialism. Without these, all is false, bankrupt, and spoiled. I mean, man, whoever he is, be he the meanest of men, class enemy, son or grandson of a bourgeois, I do not care. It must never be forgotten that a human being is a human being. Every day, everywhere, before my very eyes this is being forgotten, and it is the most revolting and anti-socialist thing that could happen. 183. Conclusion: an ideal type. Across a century and a half, the revolutionary intellectual type underwent many changes by constantly swinging between bohemianism and partisanship. This is why, conveniently revised, Carl Schmitt's definition of the partisan could help in drawing its portrait, even if this inevitably remains an approximate and unsatisfactory ideal type. His theory of the partisan does not deal with the question of the intelligentsia, but it carefully analyzes the writings of several thinkers and explicitly includes revolutions in its scrutiny by mentioning civil war as a class struggle, a situation in which the main goal of the rebels is the elimination of the government of the enemy state. 184. In other words, partisan warfare is a conflict in which the core of the political, the absolute clash between friend and enemy, finds its most complete expression, exactly analogous to the confrontation between revolution and counter-revolution. Significantly, Schmitt's essay also refers to Lenin as the archetype of the professional revolutionary who establishes the alliance of philosophy with the partisan. 185. The partisans appear during a civil war, an anomic conflict that does not respect any rules, in which the laws of war are abandoned and the combatants try to destroy each other. When they are captured, they do not expect to be treated as military prisoners, they may be executed as criminals. Partisan warfare clearly expresses the conflict between legality and legitimacy. For the legal power, the opponents are bandits and criminals; for the partisans, the legal authority has lost all legitimacy and simply usurps its power. In a civil war, the belligerents do not consider each other as legitimate adversaries, rather as irreducible enemies. The iustus hostis has been replaced by the inimicus. Revolutionary intellectuals do not seek to compromise or regulate peaceful relationships with capitalism, they work to destroy capitalism. If they negotiate peace treaties or truces, as the Bolsheviks did at Brest-Litovsk, this is only one step in a long-term war. And even many avant-garde artists, we saw this in Chapter 2 when considering Diego Rivera's guerrilla warfare against capitalist patronage, depict themselves as aesthetic partisans. Thus, a portrait of the revolutionary intellectual should summarize some essential but not always coexisting and sometimes conflictual features: an intense ideological and political commitment, an anti-capitalist ethos, a free-floating condition of bohemian déclassement, and a cosmopolitan behavior often combined with a telluric character. Let me describe each more closely. Ideological commitment. Revolutionary intellectuals elaborated critical ideas for a radical transformation of society and the overthrow of the state. They dealt with different realms of knowledge, from economy to politics, from philosophy and history to aesthetics, but were not free thinkers or isolated nonconformist writers, since their ideas were consciously committed to a political project of liberation: anarchism, socialism, communism, gender, racial or national emancipation. Utopianism. This ideological and political commitment had a strong utopian dimension that could transform their movements into messianic communities. Critical thought provided arguments for building an alternative society and nourished an imagination projected towards the future. This utopian drift also colored their approach to the past and propitiated a vision of history as a long march of emancipatory struggles. This made the intellectuals the guardians of revolutionary tradition and the carriers of a collective memory of rebellion. Moral commitment. This ideological and political choice was grounded in an anti-capitalist ethos that could take either a hedonistic or a sacrificial form. It merged free love and worldly asceticism, the radical rejection of all bourgeois conventions of respectability, and a puritanism that identified revolution with a monastic way of life, bohemian communitarianism, and a sacrificial condition of discipline and self-denial. The rift between the oppressed and the rulers corresponded with the ethical dichotomy between good and evil, virtue and selfishness. A revolutionary life was antipodal to established customs and dominant values, perceived as an organized system of injustice. It enacted a specific relationship between the ethics of conviction and those of responsibility. The ethics of conviction accepted, or even prescribed, the use of violence as a tool of emancipation, and the ethics of responsibility subordinated individual interests to a superior collective concern. Bohemian marginality. Just as the partisan is an irregular combatant who does not belong to a formal army and does not wear a uniform, so too the revolutionary intellectual did not belong to academia, did not seek institutional recognition, and rejected the symbolic markers of a conventional career. Regardless of social origins, he or she was a déclassé or bohemian thinker, writer, or polemicist. Revolutionary intellectuals tended to live a precarious life with no regular income, sometimes writing for periodicals on the margins of the culture industry, more frequently collaborating with the publications of the socialist and revolutionary movements. In most cases, the material support they received from the USSR did not render them established. Revolution always attracted all kinds of outcasts, feminists, Jews, blacks, avant-garde artists, and writers. Mobility. The mobility of revolutionary intellectuals followed the circulation of avant-garde and critical ideas rather than an academic map. Its truism was not the evolution of the university job market but rather the dynamic of class struggle. Mobility resulted from both a lack of solid social attachments, what Karl Mannheim called the free-floating status of intellectuals 186, and state repression, which forced them into long periods of exile. Whether chosen or suffered, this mobility was a source of cosmopolitanism that led revolutionary intellectuals to think beyond national boundaries. Cosmopolitanism. Distinguishing so many anarchist, socialist, and communist intellectuals from 1848 to the Cuban Revolution, cosmopolitanism very often merged with or was replaced by a political commitment rooted in a national context. The case of Ho Chi Minh shows that cosmopolitan rebels could reveal a profound telluric character, and the death of Trotsky in his Mexican exile equally demonstrates that a bohemian transformed into the charismatic chief of the Red Army could return to his original status of rootless cosmopolitan. From Blanqui to Lenin, doctrinaires tried to tailor uncomfortable uniforms that in many cases did not fit the existential trajectories of free spirits passionately attached to the independence of their critical thought. Legend has it that, in 1956, when Soviet tanks overthrew the council government in Budapest, an officer asked George Lukács to hand over his weapon and the latter gave him his pen. The old revolutionary philosopher who had endured the repression of Admiral Horthy and the Moscow trials had kept his sense of humor, but his gesture had a deeper symbolic meaning. Revolutionary intellectuals are troublemakers. The revolutionary intellectual. Intense ideological and political commitment. Anarchism/socialism/communism. Utopianism. Poles of anti-capitalist ethos. Free love versus worldly asceticism. Rejection of bourgeois values versus party discipline. Unconventionality versus sacrificial vocation. Ethics of conviction versus ethics of responsibility. Individualism versus collectivism. Independence of thinking versus orthodoxy. Bohemianism. Déclassé status and social precariety. Pariah status, blackness/coloniality/feminism/Jewishness. Anti-academicism, dichotomy outsiders/established. Cosmopolitanism. Mobility, emigration, exile. Rooted cosmopolitanism / telluric character / rootless cosmopolitanism. Revolutionary intellectuals. 19th century. Chapter 5. Between freedom and liberation. Revolution is the war of liberty against its enemies. Robespierre, on the principles of revolutionary government. Freedom only for the supporters of the government, only for the members of one party, however numerous they may be, is no freedom at all. Freedom is always and exclusively freedom for the one who thinks differently. Not because of any fanatical concept of justice, but because all that is instructive, wholesome, and purifying in political freedom depends on this essential characteristic, and its effectiveness vanishes when freedom becomes a special privilege. Rosa Luxemburg, The Russian Revolution. Genealogies. Thinking freedom and historicizing it are not exactly the same thing, and the relationship between freedom and revolution, a liberating action, may underscore this discrepancy. There are many genealogies of freedom, and this not only because of its different paths but also because of the plurality of its conceptions. Viewed from a Marxist or a classical liberal perspective, the paths of freedom dramatically diverge. In fact, freedom is undoubtedly one of the most ambiguous and polysemic words of our political lexicon. Everybody utters it, but nobody gives it the same meaning. Since the time of enlightenment, freedom is an almost universally accepted ideal, but its definitions are highly diverse, in many cases incompatible, and its conceptual field is full of paradoxes. In his Considerations on France, Joseph de Maistre, the darkest apologist of the old regime whom we already met in a previous chapter, suggested a legitimist definition. Liberty, he wrote, is the action of free beings under a divine hand. Freely slaves won for 3 centuries, the slave trade between Africa, Europe, and the Americas was carried out by ships that defiantly displayed names such as friendship, brotherhood and liberty. 2 And things did not change in the 20th century. In their famous essay, The Doctrine of Fascism, Giovanni Gentile and Benito Mussolini defined liberty as a synonym of totalitarianism. Fascism stands for liberty, they wrote, and for the only liberty worth having, the liberty of the state and of the individual within the state. 3 Therefore, fascism understood as a totalitarian state was the only true accomplishment of liberty. In fascism, they explained, individuals were deprived of all useless and possibly harmful freedoms, but their fundamental liberty was preserved since, they concluded, the deciding power in this question cannot be the individual, but the state alone. 4. Freedom was also inscribed in the USSR Constitution of 1936, the year of the first Moscow trial, where it was identified with the power of the Communist Party. In The Revolution Betrayed, Leon Trotsky observed that the new charter guaranteed many freedoms, of speech, press, assembly, and street marches, but in fact these freedoms took the form either of a heavy muzzle or of shackles upon the hands and feet. Thus, the true meaning of the Soviet law was exactly the opposite of its formal assessment. Prefiguring George Orwell's 1984, Trotsky pointed out that freedom of the press meant a continuation of the fierce advance censorship whose chains are held by the secretariat of a central committee whom nobody has elected, freedom of thinking the crude and ignorant command of science, literature, and art, and freedom of assembly the obligation of certain groups of the population to appear at meetings summoned by the authorities for the adoption of resolutions prepared in advance. The result was that, under the new constitution, thousands of people were put in prisons and concentration camps for crimes against the dogma of infallibility. 5 The meaning of freedom in Stalin's constitution was, Trotsky concluded, saturated through and through with the spirit of usurpation and cynicism. 6 But Stalin was only the paroxysmal expression of a general tendency, and his efforts to reinterpret freedom found many worthy competitors. One of the most powerful international agencies of conservative propaganda in the post-war years was called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. 7 It was in the name of the free world and the defense against the threat of communism that the State Department of the United States organized or supported putsches and military dictatorships in Iran, Guatemala, Indonesia, and Chile, just to name a few examples. Most handbooks of political philosophy start with the canonical distinction fixed by Benjamin Constant in 1819 between the liberty of the ancients compared with that of the moderns, which Isaiah Berlin reformulated as positive and negative liberties, liberty to versus liberty from. 8 The first was collective and made of active participation in public life, liberty to decide the future of the state. The second was individual and grounded in the capacity of citizens to organize their own life without external interference, free from all coercion. The first supposed a political community, the second a society of atomized individuals, a market society. Understood as the opposite of collectivism, negative liberty does not need democracy. According to Constant, the aim of representative institutions was not to embody popular sovereignty but rather to favor the free development of individual initiative and entrepreneurship. As he explained at the end of his essay, the representative system was nothing but an organization by means of which a nation charges a few individuals to do what it can't or doesn't want to do itself. The representative system is a mandate given to a certain number of men by the mass of the people who want their interests to be defended but don't have the time to defend them constantly themselves. 9. According to this vision, the freedom of owners clearly prevails over the democracy of citizens. In his neoliberal manifesto, The Road to Serfdom, Friedrich A. Hayek wrote that the system of private property is the most important guarantee of freedom. 10 And explained that, long before Hitler, the germ of totalitarianism had been introduced by socialism, a political current whose hostility to private property threatened all modern liberties. In his view, freedom meant property and totalitarianism was the most accomplished form of collectivism. In his introduction, he stressed that the rise of fascism and Nazism was not a reaction against the socialist trends of the preceding period but a necessary outcome of those tendencies. 11 Democracy, he added, is essentially a means, a utilitarian device for safeguarding internal peace and individual freedom. 12 As such, it was certainly not infallible and could become as oppressive as the worst dictatorship. 13 Insofar as distributive democracy was the high road to serfdom, an effective anti-totalitarian struggle meant first of all the defense of civilization, or men's submission to the impersonal forces of the market. 14 Thus, fighting the Axis powers was not enough. Hayek suggested also fighting against the totalitarians in our midst, people who, like John Maynard Keynes, prescribed dangerous measures of state intervention in the economy. 15 Based on such premises, the history of freedom would become a triumphal march of property and market competition. Finally inscribed into the mental habitus and conduct of life of the neoliberal Homo economicus. Drawing on such a genealogy, freedom has today triumphed with the World Bank and the IMF. But there is also a radically different genealogy of freedom that rejects property. Its starting point was probably Rousseau's Discourse on Inequality, whose second part started with a famous incipit. The first man who, having enclosed a piece of ground, thought of saying "This is mine," and found people simple enough to believe him, was the true founder of civil society. How many crimes, wars, murders, how much misery and horror the human race would have been spared if someone had pulled up the stakes and filled in the ditch and cried out to his fellow men, "Beware of listening to this impostor. You are lost if you forget that the fruits of the earth belong to everyone and that the earth itself belongs to no one." 16. The conception of freedom grounded in the criticism of property found its most significant moments under modern capitalism. In 1842, the young Karl Marx wrote several articles for the Rheinische-Zeitung devoted to enclosures in the Rhineland. For centuries, deadwood in the forests had been freely available as a common material and the peasants had taken it for their own needs, but with the conversion of the forests into private property they had suddenly become thieves. Property had destroyed an ancestral freedom on which peasants had built their collective life. Marx's arguments were compelling but hardly new, since his critique of property had illustrious ancestors, from the Levelers, who had discussed the issue in their Putney Debate 17, to the Jacobins. The conflict between property and the right to existence was at the heart of the drafting of the French Constitution of 1793. Marx strongly opposed the Rhineland law, which in the name of private property had transformed the gathering of fallen wood into theft. He demanded for the poor a customary right that should be universally extended as an elementary human right, aiming to protect the lowest, propertyless, and elemental mass. 18. As the French philosopher Daniel Benset has pointed out regarding these debates, there are some striking analogies between the past and the present. 19. The enclosures of the end of the 18th century in the United Kingdom and the early 1840s in Germany are astonishingly similar to the growing destruction of the commons through its privatization and subjection to the law of the market economy since the end of the 20th century. Today, a natural resource like water has been appropriated and has become a commodity sold by private companies. Biotechnologies, genomics, patent rights, and different forms of intellectual property are means to the dispossession of human beings, exactly as the enclosures of 2 centuries ago marked a crucial moment in the process of the accumulation of capital. As Karl Polanyi explained in The Great Transformation, far from being neutral or natural, market society was built as a planned dismantling of commonalities that had their own forms of freedom. Reversing Hayek's arguments, Polanyi emphasized that so-called 19th century civilization had not been destroyed by the joint attacks of right or left-wing barbarians obsessed by the idea of a planned economy. In his view, fascism was the final product of the illusion of a self-regulated market society that, having entered into an insuperable conflict with democracy, decided to resolve the contradiction by destroying democracy itself. Preserving freedom in a complex society, this was the conclusion of his essay, meant questioning the dogma of free market capitalism. For the origins of the cataclysm we must turn to the rise and fall of the market economy. 20. Abandoned to its own demons, capitalism ineluctably put freedom in danger. Many scholars have stressed the unique twin birth of classical liberalism and racial slavery. 21. Insofar as property was its ultimate substratum, liberty was not incompatible with either colonialism or slavery. Colonialism meant the appropriation of land belonging to no one, and slavery transformed black forced laborers into the property of slave owners. 22. As Susan Buck Morses has observed, most Enlightenment thinkers considered slavery as a useful metaphor to depict coercion as opposed to freedom, but for them it was a purely discursive form. 23. Understood as a rhetorical figure borrowed from antiquity, it did not conflict with the historical reality made of slave trade and slave labor. John Locke prized freedom and condemned slavery as a vile and miserable estate of man, but he had no qualms about being a shareholder of the Royal African Company, a British agency involved in the enslavement of black Africans to labor on Virginia plantations. 24. It is also significant that the abolition of slavery did not result in the financial compensations of its victims but rather in reparation agreements with the slaveholders. It is obvious that a genealogy of freedom written from the perspective of both slaves and colonized peoples would put into question many of the general assumptions of classical liberalism. Unveiling the hypocrisy and deception of capitalist freedom was, throughout the 19th century, one of the topoi of left-wing radicalism. One of its targets, a powerful visual representation of freedom as capitalist prosperity, was the Statue of Liberty, whose unveiling took place on Liberty Island, New York, in 1886. This was the time, at the end of Reconstruction and the enforcement of segregation laws by the U.S. Supreme Court, when lynching in the southern states reached its peak. The black-owned Cleveland Gazette covered the ceremony of dedication of the statue with a sarcastic editorial arguing that, installed in the country of the Ku Klux Klan and racial hatred, this symbol of liberty enlightening the world was ridiculous in the extreme. 25. During the Great War, the event that announced the end of the 19th century wave of European immigration and the emergence of the United States as the hegemonic world power, Alexandra Kollontai, the famous Russian socialist, then exiled in New York, described the statue as an anachronistic survival of the past, an old and forgotten legend. This symbol had come too late, when the American myth was exhausted. For our grandfathers and great-grandfathers, the New World was truly the land of freedom. Here, whatever they had been in aging Europe, they felt themselves to be the sons and equal citizens of a free country. Here they could pray to their God according to their own beloved rites. Here they could still believe that a man could forge his own happiness, wealth, and destiny, with his own hands. Here the fairy of success still freely beckoned to unsettled lands and fruitful plains, to barren mountains concealing gold. 26. But the tale of American freedom was over, and now the statue appeared small and meaningless against the imposing New York skyline. The realm of freedom had become the land of capital. The skyscrapers have robbed her of her halo, and now it is no longer she who soars above the bay of this international city, no longer she who lights the way into the international port, into the new world. Millions of lights from the windows of the 50-story skyscraper office blocks eclipse the light of the goddess of liberty. The gray giants look out derisively over the narrow New York streets which, jammed with businessmen and their clerks, thread their way far below like canyon streams between cliff walls. And it is these solid walls of stone, the safe refuge of the kings of American capital, which now more completely express the spirit that reigns over the continent of Columbus than the pitiful, shrunken, green statue that seems to be embarrassed. 27. Representations. The tension between freedom and liberation was one of the most significant features of 19th-century culture, the age of bourgeois revolutions. Carried out by the people, the popular classes of early industrial capitalism, these upheavals had brought the bourgeoisie to power as the new ruling class in Europe. But, in this time of the persistence of the old regime, neither the industrial and financial elites nor their intellectual and political representatives participated in the uprisings or erected barricades. 28. In the first half of 1830, François Guizot, the future embodiment of the French July monarchy, was still pondering how to reform the kingdom of Charles X. He passively observed the sudden and unexpected revolutionary wave that established bourgeois liberal institutions. The actors of the three glorious days of 27 to 29 July 1830 were skilled workers who formed the Parisian people, craftsmen, carpenters, locksmiths, cobblers, stonemasons, print workers, etc. A small number of students were involved in the movement as it grew, as well as a significant section of the National Guard that gradually shifted to the side of the insurgents, without however playing a leading role. Once solidly installed in power, the bourgeoisie faced the difficult task of appropriating symbolically an event it had neither inspired nor led. The July column on Place de la Bastille, built between 1835 and 1840, finally merged with the innumerable monuments to national glory scattered across the French capital. Its crowning statue, Augustin Dumont's Spirit of Freedom, is remarkably neutral in both appearance and meaning. This contradiction between a domesticated bourgeois freedom and the memory of a liberation movement, or, to put it differently, this transition from the July Revolution to the July Monarchy, found a significant expression in Eugene Delacroix's famous painting Liberty Leading the People. The object of divergent interpretations, its intrinsic ambiguity probably explains why, after being exhibited at the Salon of 1831 and purchased by King Louis Philippe, it was quickly withdrawn from public display and remained hidden until 1848, before being canonized under the Third Republic, which transferred it to the Louvre Museum. Described by its author as an actual allegory. 29. This imposing painting is dominated by the figure of Liberty, a bare-breasted woman who leads the insurgent people across the remains of a barricade. She holds a gun and the tricolor, the flag that during the July uprising had reappeared and replaced the white banner of the Bourbon dynasty. Beyond her lie the corpses of 3 insurgents, an almost naked worker and 2 soldiers, while a third young rebel kneels before her with a gesture of imploring devotion. Behind her the battle is raging. She is surrounded by 3 other actors of the uprising, an adolescent wielding a pair of pistols and 2 ordinary workingmen. Whereas one is brandishing a sword and is still in his work clothes, the other, armed with a gun, is a young craftsman wearing a jacket, a top hat, and a tie. On the ground, a student is recognizable from his cocked hat. Most of these figures have been diversely interpreted, starting of course with Liberty herself. Half naked and imposing by her size, she certainly belongs to a larger pictorial tradition of allegorical representations, exactly like the Republic, and it is highly doubtful that she could be taken for a symbol of sexual emancipation, but she certainly appears as a woman from the people. 30 As many exegetes of this painting have pointed out, Delacroix drew inspiration from Auguste Barbey's La Curée, a poem written just after the insurrection, where liberty is evoked as a strong woman, stout-bosomed, who strides forward with confidence, rejoicing in the clamour of the people. 31 Balzac too, who admired Delacroix's canvas at the Salon of 1831, mentions it in his novel The Peasants, where liberty is portrayed as Catherine, a woman from the lower classes. Eugene Delacroix, Liberty Leading the People. Canvas. Musée du Louvre, Paris. Catherine, a strong, tall creature, in every point like the young women whom sculptors and painters take for the model of liberty, as the Republic used to do, fascinated the youth of the Valley of the Avon by the same exuberance of bosom, the same muscular legs, the same figure, robust and flexible at once, the plump arms, the eyes enlivened by a spark of fire, by the haughty air, the hair twisted in great braids, the masculine brow, the red mouth with the lips curved by a quasi-ferocious smile, which both Eugene Delacroix and David D. Angers have so successfully grasped and reproduced. A living image of the common people, the dark-skinned, ardent Catherine flashed insurrection from her bright, tawny eyes, piercing eyes, and soldier-like in their insolence. She inherited from her father such a violent temper that the whole family at the wine shop feared her. 32. In Delacroix's painting, this female warrior leads a popular insurrection. As several art critics have pointed out, the young insurgent wielding a gun is not a bourgeois. Top hat and tie were quite common among city craftsmen, and his modest social status is clearly revealed by his pants and belt. Therefore, the canvas does not illustrate the class alliance between the proletariat and a still revolutionary bourgeoisie. No one among the critics and commentators of 1830 considered this young rebel as bourgeois. Charles Farquhar, a conservative, viewed him as an equivocal figure, half bourgeois and half worker. 33 All of them were unanimous in considering Delacroix's canvas as a representation of the popular insurrection, a movement embodied by the laboring classes of Paris, workers and craftsmen, supported by some déclassés bourgeois. This is why the Orléanist newspapers were so disappointed. The liberal bourgeoisie, the true winner of the 1830 insurrection and the new ruling class in the July monarchy, is simply missing from this painting. With very opposed motivations, both Legitimists and Republicans appreciated Delacroix's aesthetic accomplishment. Whereas the former viewed it as a portrait of the mob, the populace, the rabble, the canaille, and a warning against the barbarians of the French capital, several critics emphasized the roughness of this disgraceful woman, even remarking on her hairy armpits. The latter hailed a work of art that recognized the people as a political actor. Liberty leading the people is a tangle of paradoxical elements. The people undoubtedly appear as its hero, evidence that explains the enthusiasm of the Republican visitors to the Salon in 1831. From this point of view, this canvas also reveals the radicalism of its young artist, who 20 years later would paint the Galerie d'Apollon in the Louvre to celebrate the crushing of the June insurrection of 1848. But other features display the ambiguity of this painting. On the right, the contours of Notre Dame Cathedral lend a religious character to the allegorical figure of liberty. Despite the barricade, which is barely recognizable, the composition reproduces a very conservative aesthetic canon. Liberty holding a tricolore is an explicit reference to Augereau on the bridge at Arcalay, a canvas by the neoclassicist painter Charles Thevenin that celebrates the heroism of a Napoleonic general. In 1830, Thevenin was famous as a painter of the battles of the French Revolution and the First Empire, and, by choosing this aesthetic model, Delacroix clearly gave the tricolore of liberty a Bonapartist dimension. 34 Furthermore, considering that in 1830 the July Revolution coincided with the First Algerian War, this allegory of freedom already announced the ambiguities of French republicanism, the entanglement between universalism and nationalism, freedom as a revolutionary conquest and the goal of a colonial civilizing mission. This portrait of liberty as a majestic, fighting woman with a flag and a gun is nevertheless quite unusual. Allegorical female figures were typically innocent and unarmed, whereas the iconic images of liberation were strongly gendered, with the accent on male physical strength. 35 And this tendency would last for more than a century. As we already saw in a previous chapter, in the communist propaganda of the early 1920s, world revolution frequently appeared as a vigorous, muscled, masculine proletarian smashing the shackles of imperialism. But this peculiarity should not hide some affinities. Despite their different gender connotations, ideological orientations, and cultural backgrounds, both Delacroix's painting and later Soviet posters depict freedom as a goal to be conquered through liberating action. From the French Revolution onwards, freedom cannot be dissociated from liberation, that is, from the representation of human beings breaking the chains of oppression, demolishing the walls of despotism and going to the barricades. That is why, since the beginning of the 19th century, freedom has been the object of multiple attempts at domestication, either by reducing it to a mere metaphor or by describing it as a gift from a providential and enlightened power. This is the core of the discourse on slavery that shaped the rise of abolitionism in both Europe and the Americas. Liberty and justice, Frantz Fanon observed in Black Skin, White Masks, were always white liberty and white justice, enjoyment and respite generously granted to the slaves by their masters. The black man contented himself with thanking the white man, he wrote, and the most forceful proof of the fact is the impressive number of statues erected all over France and the colonies to show white France stroking the kinky hair of this nice Negro whose chains had just been broken. 36 As the art historian Hugh Honor has persuasively argued, throughout the 19th century the representations of the abolition of slavery were unfailingly inspired by a strong paternalism. Think of the paintings and statues of Victor Schouelcher or Abraham Lincoln, while the images of naked African warriors illustrated the mythical view of black savagery and the civilizing work of European colonizers. 37 An eloquent mirror of this ideology is Jean-François Bayard's proclamation of the abolition of slavery in the French colonies. A slave couple embrace each other, the man exhibiting his broken chains, in front of a white representative of the French Republic speaking beside a tricolore. They are surrounded by bare-breasted black women on their knees before the French flag, expressing their gratitude to two benevolent white ladies. François-Auguste Bayard, Proclamation of the Abolition of Slavery in the French Colonies. Canvas. Château de Versailles, France. The idea of the civilizing mission of the Europeans towards the colored populations of the colonial world was deeply rooted in the culture of enlightenment, as testified by the works of most 18th-century philosophers as well as the public statements of the French and British abolitionist associations that appeared in the 1780s. 38 The Black Jacobins overthrew slavery in Saint-Domingue but, except for a short moment during the French Revolution that coincided with the first abolition of slavery by the Convention in 179,439, they were not able to vanquish this widespread prejudice. The 19th century would be the golden age of racism codified as a scientific discourse. The North Star, February 22, 1850. It was against this paternalistic mentality and ideological disposition, the liberated slaves as passive recipients of rights bestowed by an external power, that many representatives of black radicalism stressed an alternative vision of the abolition of slavery, as a process of self-emancipation. This idea was clearly formulated in the Statement of North Star, the abolitionist weekly published in Rochester by Frederick Douglass between 1847 and 1851. The object of the North Star will be to abolish slavery in all its forms and aspects, advocate universal emancipation, exalt the standard of public morality, promote the moral and intellectual improvement of the colored people, and hasten the day of freedom to the 3 millions of our enslaved fellow countrymen. 40 A similar position, in which the memory of the Revolution of Saint-Domingue can still be recognized, was endorsed by the Black abolitionist movement, which solemnly declared in its Cleveland Convention of 1854 that no oppressed people have ever obtained their rights by voluntary acts of generosity on the part of their oppressors. That it is futile hope on our part to expect such results through the agency of moral goodness on the part of our white American oppressors. That if we desire liberty, It can only be obtained at the price which others have paid for it. 41. The American Civil War was an entanglement of conflicts that involved actors whose aims could certainly converge but belonged to different cultures and expressed heterogeneous motivations. The clash between the rising industrial capitalism of the northeastern states and the southern cotton economy, already integrated in the world market but still ruled by pre-modern slave owners, had become inevitable. Whereas white abolitionism was inspired by the values of honor and the morality of a WASP bourgeoisie both aware of its roots and concerned with the American future, black abolitionism was the struggle of slaves, an oppressed racial minority, for their liberation. 42 For them, taking up arms was a moment of self-emancipation. Thus, Lincoln's proclamation in 1862 was the crossing point of two distinct genealogies of freedom. The first extended the principles of the American Revolution, which had created the premises of a prosperous society grounded in the free market and political democracy. The second was a new step in a process of self-emancipation that had begun with the Saint-Domingue Revolution and had unfolded, first, with the abolition of the slave trade in 1807, then with the emancipation of the slaves in the British and French empires, in 1833 and 1848 respectively. In other words, the American Civil War was a step in what C.L.R. James called the history of Pan-African Revolt. 43. Ontology. If the concept of freedom is ambiguous and polysemic, its genealogy requires us to distinguish between its politico-philosophical and its historical definition. Freedom as a juridical and political status is a goal to conquer or a condition to be used. As Herbert Marcuse pointed out, calling for freedom under oppression has emancipatory and critical potentialities. Doing so in a free society tends to become empty rhetoric or a justification for conformist postures. Think of real socialism. The meaning of freedom was clear for the workers who demonstrated in the streets of East Berlin in June 1953, for those who tore down the statue of Stalin in Budapest in November 1956, for the actors of the Prague Spring in 1968 or those who created Solidarnosc in Poland in 1980. Today, however, the word freedom adorns the name of many Central European far-right movements. By explaining the dialectic of enlightenment, Marcuse stressed that freedom could become an empty shell or a fallacious facade hiding new forms of oppression. In his view, the metamorphosis of reason from an emancipatory tool into a blind, instrumental rationality corresponded with the emergence of an illusory freedom in a completely reified society. Totalitarianism, as in the destruction of freedom by violence and terror, was only one among many possible forms of domination, and perhaps already obsolete. 44 In affluent societies, Marcuse wrote in One-Dimensional Man, the satisfaction of pleasure becomes a form of repressive desublimation or repressive tolerance, the pleasure principle being reduced insofar as the range of socially admitted and oriented enjoyments is enlarged, which generates submission. Under the rule of a repressive whole, he concluded, liberty can be made into a powerful instrument of domination. 45 Modern oppression is based on three pillars: alienation, or the repression of sensual drives that want only pleasure and gratification; division of labor, which inscribes our lives into complex networks of legal rights and duties; and technology, which means the mastery of nature. Classical liberalism combines all three in a philosophical conception of freedom: moral freedom based on renunciation and self-control within the boundaries of socially accepted pleasure, political freedom as the margins of autonomy conferred on us by the law, and intellectual freedom, or our capacity to change the world through human reason. The psychic substance common to these three aspects of freedom is rational unfreedom or rational domination. 46 In other words, what we call freedom is nothing but alienation, state power, and a growing separation between human beings and their natural background. Jean-Paul Sartre. The ontological definition of freedom is at the core of Sartre's Being and Nothingness, the first great work of the French thinker published under Nazi occupation. This impressive philosophical treatise, in which the influence of Descartes, Hegel, and above all Heidegger is clearly perceptible, was not unanimously acclaimed. In 1944, in the electric atmosphere of French liberation, it was enthusiastically received, according to Sartre's biographer Annie Cohen-Solal, as a superb appeal to freedom and individual anarchism. 47 But other reviewers, including Marcuse, pointed out its problematic and highly ambiguous character. In the wake of Heidegger's concept of authenticity, Sartre posited an insuperable discrepancy between reality and subjectivity, between the concrete and mundane condition of the individual's être en soi and his être pour soi, a permanent source of anxiety and, at the same time, of an irrepressible desire for liberty. Claiming the supremacy of consciousness over the external and contingent conditions of existence, Sartre gave multiple examples of this ontological liberty irreducible to any historical form of alienation, domination, and oppression, from wage labor and slavery to anti-Semitic persecution. The Jewish condition under National Socialism simply illustrated this fundamental fracture between the reality of persecution and this indestructible subjective freedom. To be Jewish, Sartre explained, means being Jewish in the eyes of the anti-Semite. Of course, this defines the external objective limit of the situation, but the Jewish person can choose to abstract themselves from this external constraint and, by forgetting their being Jewish, can rediscover their ontological status of free subject. If, Sartre argued, it pleases me to consider the anti-Semites as pure objects, then my being a Jew disappears immediately to give place to the simple consciousness being a free, unqualifiable transcendence. 48 A human being can be alienated, oppressed, and offended, but she will remain free to rebel and her wish for freedom cannot be destroyed, thus proving its supremacy over any objective circumstances. Sartre probably did not know, when his book was released in the Parisian bookshops, that the gas chambers were functioning at full power in Auschwitz and Treblinka. Writing his review of Being and Nothingness in 1948, Marcuse was aware of this distasteful coincidence, that he assumed as a mirror of the ambiguities of Sartrean existentialism. If philosophy, by virtue of its existential ontological concepts of man or freedom, is capable of demonstrating that the persecuted Jew and the victim of the executioner are and remain absolutely free and masters of a self-responsible choice, then these philosophical concepts have declined to the level of a mere ideology, an ideology which offers itself as a most handy justification for the persecutors and executioners, themselves an important part of the Realite Humaine. 49. Marcuse stigmatized Sartre's position as an idealism that ignored history by casting it as a purely contingent feature of individual subjectivity. This meant considering freedom as the very structure of human beings, something that cannot be annihilated by external factors. Sartre treated historical events as useful examples to illustrate his philosophical, in the last analysis metaphysical, conception of freedom. The essential freedom of man, as Sartre sees it, remains the same before, during, and after the totalitarian enslavement of man. 50 Sartre's radicalism, Marcuse concluded, remained outside of his philosophy, it could find a place in the style of his work, not in its content. 51. By a significant coincidence, Being and Nothingness was released in French bookshops in June 1943, just a few weeks after the crushing of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising by the soldiers of the SS commander Jürgen Stroop. It is highly improbable that, in such a landscape of desolation and death, the starving Jews were possessed by any feeling of being a free, unqualifiable transcendence. Not only was the ghetto the most radical negation of freedom, but freedom had deserted its inhabitants' existential horizon altogether. The ghetto uprising has a special place in the history of insurrections insofar as it was not a liberation movement. Unlike the Warsaw uprising that took place 1 year later and whose main goal was to liberate the city before the arrival of the Red Army, the few hundreds of young Jewish fighters who, very poorly armed, fiercely resisted the German troops, did not expect freedom. They certainly struggled against oppression, but liberation was simply impossible. They had chosen to die by fighting, and their choice was an affirmation of human dignity. Describing the death of Mordecai Ungelwies, the 24-year-old leader of the uprising, Emanuel Ringelblum, chronicler of the Warsaw Ghetto, emphasized that the dominant feeling amongst the youth was the search for an honorable death. They did not try to survive by escaping, by arranging Aryan papers or getting a hideout on the other side of the ghetto walls. Their only worry was about the most honorable death, the kind of death that a 2,000-year-old people deserves. 52 This choice was not purely nihilistic, because Anyalwi's struggle contained a message that transcended the boundaries of the ghetto. He was a member of the Hashomer Hatzair, a Marxist Zionist movement, and Ringelblum stressed that he believed in the world revolution. 53 As Jean Amory suggested, the insurrection in the Jewish ghetto of Warsaw, as well as those in the extermination camps of Sobibor and Treblinka, was not a struggle for survival or freedom. They were examples of human redemption through voluntary death, death by fighting as opposed to death imposed by the ruler. It was by this voluntary death that they affirmed their universalism and joined an international liberation movement. 54. Herbert Marcuse. Mordecai Anyalwis. Passport photo, Poland, late 1930s. Foucault, Arendt, and Fanon. The conceptual distinctions between freedom and liberation go beyond the canonical conflict between liberalism and socialism. According to Michel Foucault, freedom is not an ontological realm but rather a socially produced form of life and, as such, it is not opposed to but rather inscribed within power through multiple tensions and practices. There are practices of liberty that transform social relationships, modify consolidated hierarchies and affect the structures of ruling state apparatuses, thus acting inside the microphysics of a diffused, rhizomorphic, and all-compassing power. 55 If power is a whole of relations and networks that shape and build us, both disciplining our bodies and caring for our lives as a shepherd protects his flock, then the opposition between power and freedom does not make sense, insofar as the former cannot be destroyed through a liberating action. In Foucault's view, liberation as a violent confrontation between a sovereign state and an insurgent subject was a mythical narrative that depicted freedom as a kind of original substratum covered, hidden, and enchained by political authority. Freedom cannot be conquered, it has to be built by introducing practices of resistance within the relations of power. It is the result of a process, the outcome of building new subjectivities. For instance, sexuality cannot be liberated but rather reshaped by proper technologies of the self, in other words by new practices of existence, made of desires, force, resistance, and movements, through which subjects may constitute themselves. 56. Michel Foucault. This Foucauldian distinction between liberty and liberation is both fruitful and problematic. It is a valuable reminder that a realm of liberty cannot simply be proclaimed or established by an act of will. All revolutions have been caught up in the legacy of the past, a fact that has deeply shaped any attempt at building a new society. But Foucault was not altogether original in criticizing the fetishism of liberation. From the mid-19th century, Marx warned against both Bakunin's illusion of achieving freedom by abolishing the state and Blanqui's temptation to reduce revolution to a kind of insurrectional technique. The point is that by criticizing such a naive conception of freedom, Foucault simply evacuates the question of liberation. Foucault's remarks deserve to be seriously meditated upon, and his committed opposition to the carceral condition of the 1970s is evidence that his practices of liberty were not an empty formula. Nevertheless, his rejection of liberation in the name of freedom elicits a legitimate skepticism. Of course, the link between them is not teleological and does not draw a linear, ascending curve to chart a continuous and irreversible expansion of capacities and enjoyment, such as that described by Condorcet in his famous sketch for a historical picture of the progress of the human mind. 57 Freedom is not the result of a providential and ineluctable self-fulfillment. At the end of the 20th century, Eric Hobsbawm no longer believed in this teleological narrative. In the early 1960s he had started his tetralogy on the history of the 19th and 20th centuries as a succession of emancipatory waves, 1789, 1848, the Paris Commune in 1871, then the Russian Revolution and finally, from the Second World War onwards, the revolutions of Asia and Latin America, from China to Cuba and Vietnam. History had a telos, and freedom was its natural horizon. It meant progress, and the labor movement was its tool. After 1989 and the collapse of real socialism, Hobsbawm recognized that this periodization did not reflect any deterministic causality and did not depict a linear trajectory, but the experiences of liberation running through his historical narrative had existed, nonetheless. Under the old regime, liberty meant a set of concrete liberties, exemptions, permissions, and privileges allowed to certain groups. The Atlantic revolutions established a new, universal idea of freedom, inscribed in both natural rights and positive laws, which built up in the collective imagination and mobilized a powerful symbolism for more than 2 centuries. 58 The revolutionary breaks investigated by Hobsbawm in his tetralogy on the 19th and 20th centuries prove that this universal idea had a performative character. Foucault crafted his dichotomy between freedom and liberation in the 1980s, the final step of his intellectual trajectory, a time when, according to many critics, he expressed an open penchant for individualism and neoliberalism. In some marginal texts he admittedly did not exclude uprisings from the practices of liberty. People rise up, he wrote, that is the way subjectivity enters history and gives it its breath. 59, but they were exceptions. Nowhere does his work express any interest in revolutions, neither the classic ones nor those of his own time. A fruitful use of Foucault would consist, perhaps, in rehistoricizing his vision of freedom, thus reconnecting it with liberation. It is debatable that, in the 19th century, the advent of a new biopolitical power, what he called governmentality, finally replaced older forms of sovereignty, the management of bodies, populations, and territories instead of the right to decide life and death. 60 Governmentality reshaped sovereignty without exhausting it. The history of the 20th century, with its total wars and revolutions, presents the apocalyptic hubris of sovereign power. Many Foucauldian categories are useless to historians if they are not connected with those of Marx, Weber, and Schmidt. 61 Historically understood, freedom has emerged as a constituent power that came up against and dismissed a previous sovereign power. Hannah Arendt. Analogously to Foucault, even if starting from different philosophical premises, Hannah Arendt drew a line between liberation and freedom. In her famous essay on revolution, she depicted liberation as an act of voluntarism, by definition transitional and ephemeral, that may create freedom but also engender despotism, whereas freedom, she pointed out, is a permanent status that requires a republican political system. Freedom allows human beings to interact as citizens, that is to participate as equal subjects in a common public sphere. She was interested in revolution exclusively as a foundational moment of republican freedom, as a constitutio libertatis. On this basis, she compared the American and French revolutions as 2 antipodal models. She did not seek to compare 2 historical experiences but rather to juxtapose 2 conflicting ideal types. And her conclusion was clear: whereas the American Revolution was successful in establishing republican freedom, the French Revolution failed because of its ambition of combining the conquest of freedom with social emancipation. Beyond freedom, it pretended to liberate society from exploitation and necessity. But this implied authoritarian interventions into the social body, and since it was unable to preserve the autonomy of the political field, it produced authoritarianism, despotism, and finally totalitarianism. The American Revolution remained committed to the foundation of freedom and the establishments of lasting institutions, she wrote, whereas the French Revolution was determined by the exigencies of liberation not from tyranny but from necessity. 62 Radically separating politics from society as 2 irreconcilable realms, Arendt considered it both futile and dangerous to liberate humankind from poverty by political means, and therefore considered the French Revolution a global failure. The result, she wrote, was that necessity invaded the political realm, the only realm where men can be truly free. 63 Curiously, her essay does not analyze the Russian Revolution, which consciously pursued the goal of changing society's bases themselves by abolishing capitalism. In The Origins of Totalitarianism, Arendt devoted several pages to Edmund Burke, the first conservative critic of the philosophy of human rights, depicting him as a precursor of totalitarian rule. 64 10 years later, she prized Burke as a lucid detractor of the French Revolution. In her view, Burke's criticism of the rights of man was neither obsolete nor reactionary, since he had understood that the French enlighteners reproached the old regime for depriving human beings, not of freedom and citizenship but rather of their rights of life and nature. 65 on revolution is a contradictory text. On the one hand, it defends a conception of freedom that is close to anarchism, notably in its vision of the Republic as a form of direct democracy epitomized by the Paris Commune, the Soviets of 1917, and the Hungarian Revolution of 1956. On the other hand, its criticism of the French Revolution reproduces many of the commonplaces of conservative liberalism, which always disparaged Rousseau's radical democratic utopianism as a premise of totalitarianism. This contradiction deserves to be explored. According to Arendt, freedom implies direct, active participation in public life. It is an agonal or ocular form of democracy, which rejects the principle of representation. It is a realm of action in which being and appearing coincide. 66 It does not designate democratic pluralism as a multiplicity of political parties represented in a parliament, it rather means a public sphere animated by the interaction of free citizens. In her vision, politics is the realm of infra, which is a reformulation of the Heideggerian concept of being as being. With 67 in her earlier work The Human Condition, she had distinguished between three major forms of human existence: labor, which means a primary, almost metabolic exchange between human beings and nature; work, which creates the material world and our social environment; and action, the realm of freedom that is not subjected to any dialectic between means and ends, because it is its own end. 68 In other words, freedom, the highest and noblest form of politics, is an autonomous realm radically separate from society, any interference in which risks engendering despotism. Therefore, Arendt's republic lacks all social content. Freedom does not mean emancipation from economic and social oppression, it means free citizens free-floating in a social vacuum. Arendt's radical distinction between freedom and necessity implicitly excludes from politics all those whose primary concern is to satisfy their vital needs before participating in the public sphere, and simply ignores those who do not do so for lack of time, knowledge, education, etc. But revolutions are precisely the moments in which the excluded are no longer voiceless and clamor to be heard. Marx defined communism as a realm of freedom that could be established beyond the field of production. Arendt was hostile towards social revolutions, which appeared to her as either pre-political or anti-political. In her view, the ultimate responsibility for this tragic misunderstanding belonged to Marx, a thinker whose place in the history of human freedom will always remain equivocal, since, she concluded, the abdication of freedom before the dictate of necessity had found in him its theorist. 69 Criticizing her concept of revolution, Erich Hobsbawm remarked that, as a historian, he could not enter into dialogue with her. They spoke different languages, like theologians and astronomers in early modern Europe. 70 This conflict simply goes back to the original aporia of modern liberty, the internal contradiction between man and citizen that shapes the entire culture of the Enlightenment and that the young Marx had analyzed in 1842 in his writings on the Rhineland enclosures. The richest and the poorest are equal as citizens but certainly not as private individuals, meaning as possessors of property, which is the core of freedom as defined by classical liberalism. The French Constitution of 1793 had tried to overcome this dichotomy between man and citizen. All human beings were citizens, and property was subordinated to the right to existence. In other words, freedom and equality went together, their link was not established by individual property but rather by the needs of the community. Etienne Balibar describes this union with the concept of equal liberty. 71 In comparing the American and French revolutions, Tocqueville was probably more lucid than Arendt. Whereas the American Revolution was directed against an external power and did not mean to destroy any economic and social structure inherited from the past, the French Revolution was directed against the old regime. Its political emancipation could not take place without destroying the entire edifice of absolutism, a system of power that had ruled for centuries, molding mentalities, cultures, and behaviors. 72 It could not separate political and social emancipation, it was forced to invent a new society in order to replace the old. The American Revolution resolved the social question through the frontier. Space was the horizon of its freedom, and democracy was conceived of as a conquest, with the creation of settlers and landowners. The frontier was an inexhaustible horizon of appropriation. 73 In order to idealize the American Revolution, Arendt was compelled to neglect its original stigmas, the genocide of the indigenous people and the acceptance of slavery. 1 century later, however, the American Civil War was as violent and lethal as the Terror had been or would be during the French and the Russian revolutions. Arendt defended a strange concept of freedom, swinging between Rosa Luxemburg and Tocqueville, another great admirer of the American democracy. In a famous and controversial article on Little Rock written in 1957, at the time of the battle for civil rights in the United States, Arendt vigorously denounced any form of legal discrimination against African Americans, but she considered their social segregation as an inevitable and finally acceptable fact that could not be resolved by political measures. The question, she wrote in 1959, is not how to abolish discrimination, but how to keep it confined within the social sphere, where it is legitimate, and prevent its trespassing on the political and the personal sphere, where it is destructive. 74 One could observe that the exclusion of the social question from the political sphere is precisely the argument by which classical liberalism always tried to legitimate the privileges and powers related to property. In the 19th century, democracy was seen as the trespassing of the social question on the political sphere, a dangerous system that the most prominent thinkers of liberalism, from John Stuart Mill to Benjamin Constant, rejected by linking the right to vote with property. It is true that Arendt's blindness towards the social question did not come from the philosophical tradition of classical liberalism but rather from an existentialist conception of the autonomy of the political. 75 The upshot, however, remains the same, either by sacralizing property or ignoring it, all of them excluded the poor from the realm of politics. How are we to explain Arendt's controversial vision of freedom? As she wrote on several occasions, she had discovered politics through the Jewish question, being the question of a minority that was politically discriminated against and persecuted but socially integrated. She wrote powerful and illuminating pages on how anti-Semitism had transformed the Jews into pariahs, stateless people deprived of citizenship and therefore of any juridical and political existence. She viewed them as the mirror of both the internal contradictions of the Enlightenment, the unresolved divide between human beings and citizens, and the crisis of the nation-state in the 20th century. The fact is that black segregation in the United States had its own history and could not be interpreted through a Jewish prism. 76 When the Nazis promulgated the Nuremberg Laws in 1935, the Jewish ghettos had ceased to exist in Germany for over a century. Abolishing legal discrimination was certainly progress, but it did not put an end to either the racism or the social oppression that practically voided legal emancipation itself. More broadly speaking, Hannah Arendt was indifferent to any form of anti-colonial revolution. As David Scott observed, for Arendt there are only two 18th-century revolutions, the French and the American, whereas the Haitian Revolution was simply unthinkable. 77 In her essay titled On Violence, she pointed out the rarity of slave rebellions and of uprisings among the disinherited and the downtrodden, adding that when they occurred, it was mad fury that turned dreams into nightmares for everybody. 78 The violence of the colonized was worse than the oppression they suffered. She wrote against Sartre, since it was a pre-political volcanic explosion that could not produce anything fruitful, beyond replacing leaders without changing the world. The Third World was not a reality but an ideology, and its unity was a myth as dangerous as Marx's appeal to the unity of proletarians regardless of their nationhood. 79 Instead of the leaders of a revolutionary process of decolonization, Mao, Castro, Che Guevara, and Ho Chi Minh were the saviors of pseudo-religious incantations of students disillusioned by both East and West, the two opposed blocs of the Cold War, while Black Power was predicated on the illusion of creating an alliance between African Americans and this mythical Third World. To write this in 1970 was neither simply inaccurate nor distastefully contemptuous, it was the expression of an astonishing intellectual blindness, not to say a clearly Eurocentric and Orientalist prejudice. By dehistoricizing revolution, Arendt espoused conservative clichés regarding the barbarism of lower races and backward continents. In fact, extreme violence was far from being an exclusive feature of colonial revolutions. By executing the king, the English, French and Russian revolutions tried to channel and control a spontaneous wave of violence coming from below. According to Arnaud J. Meyer, the great historian of terror in the French and Russian revolutions, violence was consubstantial to them, two furies that overthrew any order or ruling power. 80 In 1834, the French satirical magazine Chivalry depicted revolution as a torrent that flooded everything with irresistible, elemental force. Revolutions often follow an autonomous dynamic, as uncontrolled spirals that aim at obliterating the past and inventing the future from a tabula rasa. And since their constituent power violently clashes with the old sovereignty, they need to destroy its symbols. There is no freedom without the execution of the king. As we already saw, revolutions display a spectacular iconoclastic charge that turns liberation into a visible and tangible accomplishment. The 14th of July designates the storming of the Bastille, which was systematically demolished. The Paris Commune too needed its symbolic iconoclastic act, which took place with the demolition of the Vendôme column. Insurrections are moments of collective effervescence in which ordinary people feel an irrepressible desire to invade the streets, occupy the sites of power, exhibit their own strength, if necessary take up arms, and celebrate liberation through manifestations of fraternity and happiness. According to Lenin, one of its most austere thinkers, revolution is a festival of the oppressed. Aware that revolutionary memory needs powerful iconic landmarks, Sergei Eisenstein opened October with the image of the insurgent crowd destroying the statue of the Tsar. In July 1936, at the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War, freedom also meant the struggle against fascism, always represented as the act of smashing its symbols. Thus, the violence of anti-colonial struggle held nothing exceptional. Analyzing the burning of plantations during the slave revolution in Saint-Domingue, C.L.R. James compared it to several analogous European practices, the slaves destroyed tirelessly. Like the peasants in the Jacquerie or the Luddite wreckers, they were seeking their salvation in the most obvious way, the destruction of what they knew was the cause of their suffering, and if they destroyed much it was because they had suffered much. 81. Chivalry, the revolutionary torrent. Père Catalápic, Antifascism. Museu Nacional d'Art de Catalunya, Barcelona. Franz Fanon. It is almost impossible to read Arendt's words on anti-colonial violence, mad fury and nightmares, without thinking of the famous chapter on violence in Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth. The contrast is impressive. Arendt's categorical separation between freedom and necessity recalls Fanon's portrait of the dichotomic colonial city, where in fact two separate cities coexisted, the white and the colored, the first European and civilized, the second primitive, dominated by elementary worries and usually described with a zoological lexicon, colors, smells, promiscuity, dirt, disorder, noise, etc. Fanon focused on the bodily symptoms of this alienation, which he depicted as a kind of muscular spasm or tetany. It expressed an internalized aggressiveness that could turn to self-destruction, a behavior that many Western observers interpreted as indigenous hysteria. 82. What Arendt called mad fury was for Fanon a regenerating violence. In his view, violence was a necessary means of liberation that detoxified and rehumanized the oppressed. The colonized man liberates himself with and through violence. 83. Born as a counter-violence, it became a crucial step in the dialectic process of liberation where it played the role, in Hegelian terms, of the negation, not an illusory reconciliation but a radical suppression of both rulers and ruled. The subject-object relation established by colonialism was broken, the object had become a subject. Revolutionary violence could not be interpreted as a struggle for recognition, it was a struggle to destroy the colonial order and, in this sense, its disorder was both a symptom and a cure. 84. Of course, this conceptual metamorphosis of Arendtian mad fury into Fanonian redemptive violence implies an epistemic displacement, viewing colonialism through the eyes of the colonized and adopting a non-Western observation point. Arendt was incapable of such a change of perspective. It is interesting to observe that Jean Amory, an Austrian Jew who had been deported to Auschwitz and supported the FLN during the Algerian War, admired Fanon and defended his vision of violence. Fanon, he pointed out, was no longer in the closed circuit of hatred, contempt, and resentment. 85 His vision was political and had nothing in common with mythical, nihilistic or mystical glorifications of violence such as could be found in the writings of Georges Sorel, the young Walter Benjamin, or Georges Baudelot. Violence and oppression were not an inescapable destiny, their immemorial chain could be broken. In At the Mind's Limits, his testimony on war and deportation, Amory recalled that when being tortured as a resistance member in Fort Breendonk in Belgium, he longed to be able to give concrete social form to dignity by punching a human face. 86 According to Amory, Fanon's conception of violence was at the same time existential and historical. It was undoubtedly provided with patently messianic chiliastic aspects, but this simply reinforced its legitimacy. Freedom and dignity must be attained by way of violence, in order to be freedom and dignity. 87 It is not as an existentialist philosopher that Amory defended Fanon's view, he did as a Jewish survivor of the Nazi camps. Revolutionary violence, he wrote, is not just the midwife of history, but the midwife of the human being discovering and fashioning himself in history. 88 In The Origins of Totalitarianism, Arendt had grasped the genetic link that connected 19th-century imperialism with National Socialism and its extermination policies, but she abandoned this powerful intuition in her later works and, in the last instance, her approach to politics remained deeply Eurocentric. Her essay on revolution did not mention the Haitian Revolution. The overthrow of colonialism by a self-emancipatory movement of enslaved peoples was unthinkable within her category of freedom. Despite her fruitful intuitions at the end of the Second World War, she ultimately rejoined the Eurocentric mainstream. As Domenico Losurdo observes, in the 19th century freedom was restrained by powerful class, race, and gender boundaries. Only property allowed complete citizenship to white males, whereas proletarians, colonized people, and women did not have the right to vote. 89 Thereafter, a genealogy of freedom should be viewed as a process connecting three forms of liberation that historically took the names of socialism, anti-colonialism, and feminism. Freedom, bread, and roses. In fact, the link between freedom and social emancipation is far from being a peculiarity of the French Revolution. In 1848, the German radicals pointed out that the freedom to read could not be truly enjoyed without the freedom to feed, an aphorism that Bertolt Brecht would reformulate as first comes food, then morality. In February 1917, the Russian Revolution started with a demonstration of women in St. Petersburg demanding bread. A few months later, the Bolsheviks took power by promising peace, the factories to the workers, and the land to the peasants. The meaning of this link between political freedom and social emancipation was well captured by the textile workers involved in the 1912 strike in Lawrence, Massachusetts, when they coined the slogan, "Bread for all, and roses 2.90." In fact, most experiences of liberation mean the invention of new practices that merge not only social emancipation and political freedom but also a deep transformation in cultural, aesthetic, sexual, and many other realms of collective life. In April 1871, during the Paris Commune, the Federation of Artists led by Gustave Courbet published a manifesto that summarized this aspiration in the concept of communal luxury. 91 As Kristen Ross explains, this meant neither state collectivism nor a mimicry of bourgeois luxury but rather equality in action and the socialization of all enriching and enjoyable human activities. As the communer geographer Elise Reclus wrote several years later, the commune had set up for the future a society in which there are no masters by birth, title, or wealth, and no slaves by origins, caste, or salary. Everywhere the word commune was understood in the largest sense, as referring to a new humanity, made up of free and equal companions, oblivious to the existence of old boundaries, helping each other in peace from one end of the world to the other. 92. Similar aspirations emerged in many other revolutionary experiences. During the first years of Soviet Russia, between 1918 and 1922, Chagall, Lisitsky and Malevich created in Vitebsk the People's Art School. Despite its poor material conditions and the conflict between its different pictorial currents, figurative painting, cubism, futurism, and suprematism, this institution aimed at transforming everyday life and reshaping the urban landscape with new aesthetic forms. Its artists created posters and magazines, designed tramway tickets and food stamps, decorated building facades, squares, and streets. 93. This was the time in which Alexandra Kollontai led the Genotel, the women's department of the Soviet government, and theorized free love and sexual liberation in a society where human relations were no longer property relations. A jealous and proprietary attitude to the person loved, she wrote in 1921, must be replaced by a comradely understanding of the other and an acceptance of his or her freedom. 94. In homage to Catalonia, George Orwell gives a striking portrait of Barcelona during the first months of the Spanish Civil War, when the city was transformed by the invention of new practices of liberty. His description of the Catalan capital as he discovered it in December 1936 deserves to be quoted. The aspect of Barcelona was something startling and overwhelming. Every shop and cafe had an inscription saying that it had been collectivized, even the bootblacks had been collectivized and their boxes painted red and black. Waiters and shop walkers looked you in the face and treated you as an equal. Servile and even ceremonial forms of speech had temporarily disappeared. There were no private motor cars, they had all been commandeered, and all the trams and taxis and much of the other transport were painted red and black. The revolutionary posters were everywhere, flaming from the walls in clean reds and blues that made the few remaining advertisements look like daubs of mud. In outward appearance it was a town in which the wealthy classes had practically ceased to exist. Except for a small number of women and foreigners, there were no well-dressed people at all. Practically everyone wore rough working-class clothes, or blue overalls, or some variant of the militia uniform. All this was queer and moving. There was much in it that I did not understand, but I recognized it immediately as a state of affairs worth fighting for. 95. Barcelona 1936, Hotel Ritz transformed into a popular gastronomic hotel by the CNT anarchists. This passage illustrates the emotional dimension of liberation that transcends the pathos of rhetorical formulas and makes for a new intensity of life, the discovery of new human relationships between people themselves and with the world. Freedom fixed as a juridical status and a form of social justice implies the transcription of rights into codified rules, which are permanent and regulate collective life. Building a new society is a hard and often painful process. A liberating action is more ephemeral but also very exciting. It is a moment of self-emancipation, when ordinary people become historical subjects, which is joyful and pleasant. It usually involves both souls and bodies, as many images show. But behind these liberating emotions a material substratum still remains. In 1936 the CNT, the Spanish anarchist trade union, created a short film on the Hotel Ritz, once one of the most luxurious hotels in Barcelona, now turned into a militia barracks and its famous restaurant become a lunchroom. 96 This movie materializes the concept of communal luxury, enjoyment grounded in the suppression of social hierarchies and privileges. By focusing on food, liberation meant eating one's fill and gastronomy was no longer reserved for a wealthy caste. No freedom without social justice, a principle that could also be translated as no freedom without food, or, in more hedonistic terms, bread for all but also good wine and a delicious dessert. Freedom and liberation may be conceptually distinguishable, but they are not historically understandable without considering their symbiotic relationship. There is no freedom without liberation from necessity, in other words without social emancipation. Otherwise, freedom simply means privilege, exactly as it was conceived of in the 19th century, when it was opposed to democracy. The entanglement between liberty and equality structures the identity of the left, and defines the divide between the left-wing and the right-wing conceptions of liberty. It is probably true that, in the same way in which classical liberalism sacralized property, the radical left fetishized liberation by neglecting the political and juridical system of norms required for establishing freedom as a durable order. This was the meaning of the severe criticism that Rosa Luxemburg directed toward the Bolsheviks, a few months after the birth of the Soviet government and the dissolution of the Russian Constituent Assembly. Writing from a German prison, she emphasized the historical relevance of the October Revolution, a step in the process of proletarian emancipation that she unconditionally supported against conservatism and reaction, but she did not hide her disagreement with several measures taken by the Bolsheviks and also, more profoundly, with their conception of power. Proletarian dictatorship, she pointed out, was a class, not a party dictatorship, and by consequence it should mean the most active, unlimited participation of the mass of the people, or unlimited democracy. Addressing Lenin and Trotsky's claim that the Bolsheviks had never been idle worshippers of formal democracy, she felt necessary to clarify. We have always distinguished the social kernel from the political form of bourgeois democracy. We have always revealed the hard kernel of social inequality and lack of freedom hidden under the sweet shell of formal equality and freedom, not in order to reject the latter but to spur the working class into not being satisfied with the shell, but rather, by conquering political power, to create a socialist democracy to replace bourgeois democracy, not to eliminate democracy altogether. 97. Rosa Luxemburg. Dictatorship, Luxemburg concluded, consists in the manner of applying democracy, not in its elimination. 98. Liberation of time. According to Marx, human emancipation means, in the last analysis, the liberation of time. The history of capitalism can be retraced as a large and violent process of mastering time by submitting human beings to the constraints of a production system that possesses its own temporality. Many scholars have described the advent of modernity as the rationalization of time, the dissemination of clocks, the progressive synchronization of social life between the cities and the country and between nations and continents, and the development of the division of labor as a whole of temporarily connected activities. 99. This meant the emergence of a productive time more and more disconnected from nature, a mechanical time that triumphed with the Industrial Revolution. The presence of clocks on the facades of public buildings, the introduction of chronometers in factories, and the spread of watches whose aesthetic form was increasingly sacrificed to precision and functionality, beat the time of modern capitalism. For millions of people whose entire life, both work and leisure, was organized according to the cyclical cadence of nature, the progression of the seasons, the variation of day and night, of sun, rain, and snow, the industrial rationalization of time did not mean the mastering of nature but rather their own submission to the impersonal Moloch of mechanical production. Their customs, rituals, and cultural practices, their inherited liberties, speaking with Edmund Burke, were ruthlessly supplanted by a new labor process whose rationality was purely mechanical and productive, disconnected from both the external changes of nature and the psychophysical needs of human bodies. Gradually but inexorably the 19th century unified the lived time of people whose customs had been molded by a rural world with the measured time of the Industrial Revolution. Sundials were progressively replaced by clock towers. 100 The rationalization of time was much more than an admirable technological accomplishment, it was, as Edward P. Thompson pointed out, the advent of a new time sense intimately related to time measurement as a means of labor exploitation. 101 As both Thompson and Foucault have meticulously explained, this historical change corresponded with a broad process of disciplining that affected all dimensions of social life, from elementary schools to barracks and factories. People learned the disciplining of bodies and the compelling rules of capitalist time. The iron cage that Max Weber described as the ineluctable result of human life phagocytized by the demons of rationality was also a time cage. Far from embodying an anachronistic form of technological nihilism, according to a frequent but mistaken depiction, the Luddite machine breakers were simply expressing their radical rejection of the capitalist organization of time. In Europe, This metamorphosis of social time ran from the Industrial Revolution to the Great War, an event that could well be described as a powerful step in the denaturalization of human life. When millions of peasants in uniform discovered the sinister spectacle of total war, with nights lit up by flares and blasts and bodies constantly imperiled by tanks, bombings, and the fire of machine guns, time was organized by a murderous apparatus that had lost any human or natural aspect. Walter Benjamin described the Great War as the symbolic end of the storyteller. For a generation that was born in a rural world and had realized the fragility of human bodies on fields of mechanical and serialized extermination, experience had become an empty and meaningless word. Experience, the substance of any storyteller's narration, implies a transmissible memory which industrial war had annihilated. 102 Like the workers in a Fordist factory, the soldiers of modern armies executed mechanical tasks for which any inherited knowledge or practical culture was utterly useless. Marx's analysis of the historical process of capital accumulation does not ignore its inner time structure. The first volume of Capital describes the linear, homogeneous, and abstract time of production, the second deals with the cyclical time of the expanded reproduction of capital and the circulation of its exchange values, and the third merges the time of production and that of circulation into a single movement. 103 Far from being a homogeneous or harmonious path, this also means periodic spasms that break the continuity of the process itself and, combined with extra economic factors, transform it into a sequence of expanding and retracting waves. Thus, the premise of capitalism is not only the separation of the workers from their means of production but also the expropriation of their lifetime, which is now rationalized and measured according to the production of commodities. Once transformed into abstract work, a change related to the advent of labor power already mentioned in the first chapter of this book, the worker's activity is disconnected from natural time. An abstract work means the reification of the laboring subject. Differently from a craftsman who creates use values by mastering the labor process and fixing its time according to his own needs and decisions, the factory worker produces commodities, exchange values. Not only do such workers not possess the tools of their labor, they do not even control the labor process in which they are involved, and their time is calculated according to external criteria. 104 The abstract work of capitalist production means the alienation of the producers, the imprisonment of their lives inside the time walls of work discipline and organized production. In his economic manuscripts of 1857–58, Marx considers the abolition of capitalism as the restitution of time to human accomplishment and happiness. Instead of being the condition for capital accumulation, the development of the productive forces should create free time and transform the producers into free subjects. With the end of alienation, abstract work is replaced by the creation of a common, socialized wealth, and the measure of progress is no longer work but free time. Real economizing, saving, consists in the saving of labor time. But this saving is identical with the development of the productive power. Hence in no way renunciation of enjoyment but development of power, of the capacity to produce, and hence of both the capacity for and the means of enjoyment. The capacity for enjoyment is a condition for it, and hence the basic means for it, and this capacity is created by the development of an individual disposition, productive power. The saving of labor time is equivalent to the increase of free time, i.e. time for the full development of the individual, which itself, as the greatest productive force, in turn reacts upon the productive power of labor. It is self-evident that immediate labor time itself cannot remain in abstract antithesis to free time, as it appears to do from the standpoint of bourgeois political economy. Free time, which is both leisure and time for higher activity, has naturally transformed its possessor into another subject. 105. In the third volume of Capital, Marx describes socialism as the transition from the realm of necessity to the realm of true freedom, meaning a creative organization of life no longer subjected to material constraints. In fact, he writes, the realm of freedom actually begins only where labor, which is determined by necessity and mundane considerations, ceases. When the satisfaction of human needs are disconnected from the imperative of increasing the forces of production, then socialized human beings will be effectively free. It is beyond the realm of necessity that begins that development of human energy which is an end in itself, the true realm of freedom. In other words, socialism means free time. The shortening of the working day is its basic prerequisite. 106. Even while criticizing Fourier, who depicted the transformation of labor into a pleasant game, Marx prized the French utopian thinker for his capacity to imagine a society of conscious subjects inspired by the search for collective happiness, the opposite of alienated workers involved in an economic system based on profit. Herbert Marcuse, one of the first thinkers to stress the relevance of the passage quoted above from Marx's Grundrisse, drew a clear conclusion. Freedom is living without toil, without anxiety, the play of human faculties. The realization of freedom is a problem of time, reduction of the working day to the minimum which turns quantity into quality. A socialist society is a society in which free time, not labor time, is the social measure of wealth and the dimension of the individual existence. 107. From this point of view, the pleasure principle as motor of human agency and the foundation of a free society, there is a remarkable continuity between Fourier's utopian socialism and Marxism. According to Paul Lafargue, author of the provocative essay The Right to be Lazy, socialism was the radical antithesis of Protestant asceticism and its work ethic. In a century in which the average factory workday was 14 hours, he claimed its reduction to 3 hours as a reasonable goal. With a romantic anti-capitalist posture that sarcastically mocked both philanthropists and admirers of technical progress, he stigmatized capitalism as inhumanity. Far better were it to scatter pestilence and to poison the springs, he wrote, than to erect a capitalist factory in the midst of a rural population. Introduce factory work, and farewell joy, health, and liberty, farewell to all that makes life beautiful and worth living. 108. Socialism, he continued, meant the end of the prejudices of Christian ethics, economic ethics, and free thought ethics. It meant the rediscovery by the proletariat of its natural instincts, which consist in proclaiming the rights of laziness, 1,000 times more noble and more sacred than the anemic rights of man concocted by the metaphysical lawyers of the bourgeois revolution. The proletariat, he concluded, must accustom itself to working but 3 hours a day, reserving the rest of the day and night for leisure and feasting. 109. Borrowing the words of Marx's famous preface to his contribution to the critique of political economy, one might call the liberation of time the end of the prehistory of human society and the beginning of its true history. 110. This transition, however, could be interpreted in two different ways, both suggested by Marx's writings themselves. On the one hand, liberation of time could be viewed as the accomplishment of the development of productive forces within the framework of a social organization no longer oriented towards profit and exploitation, but still opposed to any pre-modern form of creative work. This approach was implicit in Marx's vision of Asia as an immutable and stagnant social system, a world of unchangeableness, that only the external blows of colonialism could shake and finally destroy. 111. Lenin defended a similarly apologetic view of the West as the time of progress opposed to the backward and slow time of Eastern Europe. Exhuming an old metaphor, he accused the partisans of Jewish socialism of turning back the wheel of history, which rolled from St. Petersburg to Berlin, London and New York rather than in the opposite direction. 112. On the other hand, Marx's emphasis on the abolition of capitalism as the end of the reification of the social world and of the alienation of human labor depicts the transition from prehistory to the true history of humankind as the advent of a new, liberated, and qualitatively different organization of time. The time of free human beings was not that of instrumental rationality, of the calculated beat of production and the frenetic dance of commodities. Liberated time was the negation of capitalist time. 113. Paul Lafargue. Benjamin's Messianic Time. Liberation as the negation of capitalist time is the core of Walter Benjamin's theory of revolution, which he identified with the theological category of Messianic time. Messianic Judaism imbued his interpretation of Marxism with an apocalyptic and eschatological dimension. The social and political liberation through class struggle and socialist revolution posited by classical Marxism coincided with Messianic redemption. Instead of being the endpoint of a historical trajectory, the run of civilization from the Stone Age to a liberated and affluent society, socialism meant the cataclysmic advent of a post-historical age, of a new messianic time that radically broke with previous history and civilization. In 1921, probably influenced by the writings of Rosenzweig and Searle, Benjamin wrote an enigmatic text on violence clearly oriented towards nihilistic anarchism. Describing history as a continuous display of oppressive violence, he imagined the eruption of a divine violence in the realm of history that would destroy any political order based on law and create its own legitimacy. 114. A few years later, this vision of redemptive violence, as radical as it is abstract, not to say metaphysical, took a new formulation through the language of Marxism. Divine violence became the proletarian revolution, rooted in a social and historical subject. It is in his famous Theses on the Concept of History, a highly cryptic text, that Benjamin's attempt to find a synthesis between Messianic Judaism and secular Marxism reached its most accomplished form. In the prolegomena to this text, he pointed out that Marx had secularized the idea of Messianic time in his vision of the classless society. Unlike more widespread forms of romantic nationalism or religious conservatism, whose nostalgia harked back to supposedly organic social hierarchies and authoritarian political institutions, Benjamin's critique of modernity did not aim at restoring the past. His wistfulness for bygone times was rather a detour through the past looking towards the future. Far from rehabilitating absolutism or feudalism, his romantic anti-capitalism was eminently utopian, directed at overcoming the bourgeois order and moving towards socialism. In his essay Paris, Capital of the 19th Century, he described a dialectical tension between the image of the classless community of a forgotten past and the future of an emancipated society. The most ancient age survived in the dream images of human beings, where they joined utopian expectations. Corresponding to the form of the new means of production, which in the beginning is still ruled by the form of the old, are images in the collective consciousness in which the new is permeated with the old. These images are wish images. In the dream in which each epoch entertains images of its successor, the latter appears wedded to elements of primal history, that is, to elements of a classless society. And the experiences of such a society, as stored in the unconscious of the collective, engender, through interpenetration with what is new, the utopia that has left its trace in 1,000 configurations of life, from enduring edifices to passing fashions. 115. Benjamin's conception of history was radically opposed to historicism. For historicism, the past was a closed continent and a definitively consummated process. It simply meant the accumulation of dead stuff ready to be chronologically ordered, archived and put into a museum. To this conception he opposed a vision of history as an open temporality. According to Benjamin, the past was at the same time permanently threatened and never altogether lost. It haunted the present, and could be reactivated. Walter Benjamin. Historicism was a form of empathy with the victors based on the indolence of the heart. 116. Against this approach that accepted the victory of the rulers as ineluctable, he defended a dialectical and redemptive relationship with the past, which could be brought back by working through the contradictions of the present. Benjamin called recollection or remembrance this process of reactivation of an unfinished past. Of course, rescuing history did not mean going back and remaking it, it meant rather changing the present. In other words, in order to salvage the past, human beings should rebirth and realize the hopes of the vanquished, to give new life to their wishes and expectations. Whereas historicism defended a purely linear and chronological vision of history as chronos, a homogeneous and empty time, historical materialism advocated a dialectical conception of history as kairos, that is, an open, restless, and changeful temporality. Benjamin portrayed social democracy as the political equivalent of historicism. Its ineffectiveness was rooted in a vision of history as a quantitative accumulation of productive forces according to which economic growth meant social progress, and the advent of socialism appeared as the ineluctable outcome of civilization. In the culture and practice of social democracy, progress was not a potentiality of science and technology, it was its necessary and irreversible result, something that automatically pursued a straight or spiral course. Nothing, he observed, had corrupted the German working class so much as the notion that it was moving with the current. 117 This conception was antipodal to Marx's theory, Benjamin explained, which did not view the oppressed class as the harbinger of material progress but rather as the avenger that completes the task of liberation in the name of generations of the downtrodden. 118. Rescuing the past meant seizing its emergence in what Benjamin called now time or actualization, the dialectic link between a bygone time and the utopian future. What has been comes together in a flash with the now to form a constellation. 119 This meeting of past and present condensed itself into ephemeral but intense images. Thus, the concept of now time designated the disruptive moment in which the continuum of chronological time broke up and the past suddenly emerged in the present. The concepts of now time and recollection suppose a symbiotic relationship between history and memory. In this sense, according to Benjamin, history was not only a science but also, and perhaps above all, a form of recollection. Conceived of in this way, it resulted in a montage of dialectical images rather than in a linear narrative. In his 14th thesis of 1940, Benjamin defined revolution as a tiger's leap into the past that took place in the realm of history, meaning in a given society with its antagonistic class relations and political conflicts. The same leap in the open air of history is the dialectical one, which is how Marx understood the revolution. 120 Revolution was a potentiality, not the automatic result of historical development. The alternative was fascism, which threatened both the present and the past, living human beings and their ancestors. In a passage that implicitly evoked Rosa Luxemburg's warning of socialism or barbarism, he pointed out that fascism had not ceased to be victorious and, if it should ultimately win, even the dead will not be safe. As we saw in Chapter 1, Marx's vision of revolutions as the locomotives of history channeled a teleological philosophy of history against which Benjamin opposed his theological conception of revolution as a reactivation of the past triggered by the train's emergency brake. 121 This view places Benjamin in a quite unique position in both the Marxist and the Jewish traditions. On the one hand, he rejected the teleological interpretations of historical materialism, on the other, he clearly departed from all inherited forms of messianic theology, which posited redemption as the eruption of God into history for which human beings should wait, not provoke or accomplish. For Benjamin, the messianic interruption of the linear course of history was the result of revolutionary action. As Herbert Marcuse has observed, this vision tried to overcome dialectically the traditional conflict between religious Chiliasm and atheistic socialism in a synthesis in which redemption became a materialist political concept, the concept of revolution. 122 In short, revolution was the core of a reinterpretation of Marxism built around three correlated themes: a critique of historicism, a critique of deterministic causality, and a critique of the ideology of progress. Benjamin's Marxism was a theory of historical discontinuity and messianic breaks. Instead of accelerating the current of history, socialism meant a change of civilization, which corresponded with the transition from a historical to a messianic temporality. In terms of political theology, this could be defined as messianic redemption, the passage from an earthly city to a heavenly city. In his theses on the concept of history, Benjamin evoked the passage from historical to messianic time through a secular image, the insurgents of the July Revolution who, simultaneously and independently, at several locations in Paris, fired at the dials of clock towers. They wished to replace the quantitative and rational time of capitalism with the qualitative time of liberation, the joyful, non-instrumental and non-utilitarian time of a community created by the revolution itself. What characterizes revolutionary classes at their moment of action, Benjamin wrote, is the awareness that they are about to make the continuum of history explode. 123 Another evidence of the search for a qualitative time not measurable by clocks, Benjamin added, was the new calendar introduced by the French Revolution, a representation of time grounded in historical consciousness, the remembrance of meaningful events instead of the regular, ineluctable, and desperately identical progression of hours, days, months, and years. Introduced by the convention in 1793, the revolutionary calendar was abolished by the First French Empire in 1806. Despite claiming the legacy of revolution, Napoleon wished to re-establish the historical continuity of his rule with the old regime. 124 Like the festivals, rituals, and symbols created by the revolution, the new calendar meant the advent of a new age for a regenerated society. It is interesting to observe that the Bolsheviks did not create a new calendar but simply abolished the Julian one and replaced it with the Gregorian, which Lenin called the Western European calendar. Of course, they introduced new national holidays. January 22 commemorated the Bloody Sunday that started the 1905 revolution, March 18 remembered the Paris Commune, May 1 was dedicated to the Haymarket martyrs and became the Day of the International, November 7 was the Day of the Proletarian Revolution, etc. But the primary goal of this Soviet reform was to join a standardized world time. A few decades after the start of modern globalization, this was a necessity, but it was also the faithful mirror of a theory of history and society elaborated by revolutionary westernizers like Lenin and Trotsky. During the first years of the USSR, the invention of a new, qualitative, and utopian temporality was the affair of both aesthetics and politics. On the one hand, the creations of the futurist and suprematist avant-garde, on the other, the strategic preparations for world revolution by the Communist International. In the economic field, the Bolsheviks desperately fought to rebuild a devastated and impoverished country. The growth of productive forces was an inescapable imperative. This is the context in which the constructivist attempts to merge art and production coexisted with the discussion about a possible introduction of Taylorism in the Soviet factories. Like most uprisings of the 20th century, the Bolshevik Revolution took place in conditions of social and economic backwardness. It was the result, as Trotsky argued, of Russia's uneven and combined development, but its transformation into a permanent revolution was stopped in Berlin, Munich, Budapest, and Vienna, the cities where, between 1919 and 1923, the outposts of a Western socialist revolution tragically failed. The true realm of freedom remained, speaking with Benjamin, a Wunschbild, an image of desire. Lenin and Trotsky realized what freedom meant during a civil war, with a form perhaps most akin to the definition once given by Saint Just, revolution is the war of freedom against its enemies. 125. Chapter 6. Historicizing Communism. Communism is for us not a state of affairs which is to be established, an ideal to which reality have to adjust itself. We call communism the real movement which abolishes the present state of things. Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, the German ideology. What has finished today is the monstrous step of a gigantic adventure to change the world. Edgar Morin, Preface to the second edition of Autocritique. Periodization. At the conclusion of this study, let us try to recapitulate the general picture of modern revolutions. 3 successive waves swept across the long 19th century. The first was that of the Revolutionary Atlantic, which started in America in 1776, ran through France in 1789, and finally reached the Caribbean where, on the 1st of January 1804, insurgent slaves proclaimed the independent state of Haiti. 1 The Revolutionary Atlantic was a political laboratory. It is during this saddle period lasting from 1776 to 1804 that concepts such as freedom, equality, emancipation, and revolution itself appeared with their present meaning. They were inscribed in all the programmatic texts of that time, from the American Declaration of Independence to the French Declaration of the Rights of Man, from the decree of the French National Convention abolishing slavery to Simon Bolivar's Angostura Address, the manifesto of the struggles for national liberation in Latin America that drew inspiration from the Haitian Revolution. 2 The second wave took place in the middle of the century. It was wider than the first, but it did not have the same spatial and political unity. Its most significant moments, the European revolutions of 1848, the Taiping Rebellion in Imperial China, the Indian Rebellion of 1857, and the American Civil War, remained disconnected, without being able to merge in a common process. Their synchronization did not depend on their political affinities and did not correspond to a common dialectic between Europe, Asia, and North America. Too many cultural, ideological, and political discrepancies separated the Taiping rebels, inspired by a peculiar syncretism between Confucianism and evangelical Protestantism, from the sepoys who fought against British rule in the name of restoring pre-colonial India. The third wave included the Eurasian revolutions that broke out around the edges of the Great War. The uprising against the Tsarist Empire in Russia in 1905 had a strong impact on Asia and the Islamic world. As Lenin observed, it powerfully inspired the constitutional revolution in Iran, the Young Turk Revolution in the Ottoman Empire, and the movement of Sun Yat-sen that, putting an end to the Qing dynasty, proclaimed the Republic of China in 1911. This third wave joined the Americas with the Mexican Revolution, a peasant struggle for land and freedom that closed an old and opened a new cycle of revolutions, at the intersection of the 19th and the 20th centuries. With the exceptions of Russia and Mexico, this third wave was made of revolutions from above carried out by intellectual and military elites. They recalled the Italian Risorgimento, a change accomplished without popular support or a limited, elite-fomented mass mobilization that Gramsci defined, in his prison notebooks, as a non-Jacobin or passive revolution. 5 The Paris Commune, the most significant revolutionary experience of the 19th century for both its socialist goals and its durable memory, was, on the contrary, a revolution from below, but it was an isolated firework that could not be inscribed in any supranational wave. Of course, it followed the French upheavals of 1830 and 1848, from which it inherited its republicanism, its socialist egalitarianism, and also some of its inspirers like Auguste Blanqui. Nonetheless, its meteoric trajectory did not find any connections with similar movements elsewhere. The revolutionary map of the 20th century is as huge as it is diverse and fragmented. It includes socialist revolutions in the West and anti-colonial revolutions in the South, which in many cases took a socialist character, revolutions from above in all continents and anti-bureaucratic revolutions in several countries of real socialism. The age of catastrophe, according to Eric Hobsbawm's striking definition, was not only a time of wars, fascism, and genocide. It was also a time of high hopes in which socialism became a possible and concrete utopia. Socialist revolutions broke out in Eastern and Central Europe at the end of the Great War, in China in the mid-1920s, in Spain at the beginning of the Civil War in 1936, and in both Europe and Asia at the end of the Second World War, Yugoslavia, Greece, Indochina, and China between 1945 and 1949. To the east of the Danube and the Oder-Neisse line, capitalism was abolished from above through a process of structural assimilation to the USSR, a transformation quite similar to the destruction of feudalism accomplished in the same territories by the French army during the Napoleonic Wars. 6. The Bolshevik hope of breaking the isolation of the USSR by extending the Russian Revolution to both Western Europe and Asia failed, and many of its defeats were tragic. Italy in 1922-26, China in 1925-27, Germany in 1933, Spain in 1939, but ultimately it was the Red Army that changed the relations of force. In 1945, revolution had not won, but the USSR was no longer isolated. In the eyes of millions of people, the Red Army that planted a Soviet flag on the roof of a devastated Reichstag in May 1945 represented an ersatz revolution. The time of barricades was over, old-style uprisings had been replaced by a much more effective military force. In the post-war decades, the axis of revolution shifted from the west to the south, anti-colonial and socialist revolutions broke out in Asia, anti-imperialist and socialist revolutions in Latin America, anti-bureaucratic revolutions in Central Europe, and anti-colonial revolutions in Africa. In some ways, the apogee of this second cycle was 1968, not really a revolution but rather a constellation of events which were in dialogue with each other. The lexicon of those years spoke of three sectors of the world revolution, an expression coined by Ernest Mondale. 7. that needed to be anti-capitalist in the West, anti-Stalinist in the East, and anti-imperialist in the South. In 1968, with the Tet Offensive in Vietnam, the Prague Spring and the barricades of Paris, these three dimensions merged into a single insurgent wave that was not only global but also synchronic. The feeling of participating in a world rebellion affected an entire generation across continents. Besides the world wars, the 20th century did not witness any other similarly unified events. Many of these revolutions were led by radical left-wing parties, others by national liberation movements, but with very few exceptions they all inscribed themselves within a socialist horizon. The Cuban Revolution, whose leadership was made up of Jacobin, democratic, and nationalist intellectuals, very quickly achieved a socialist character. 8 In the context of the Cold War this was almost inevitable. Most of the revolutions that did not take a socialist orientation failed or remained incomplete, as in Bolivia and Algeria. While in many cases they had a socialist or communist leadership, they never had a purely proletarian dimension. Most of them recognized in Marx their inspirer, but the century of world revolution did not accomplish the outlook of the Communist Manifesto, the emergence of the proletariat as a class that, by emancipating itself, would liberate all mankind. In the age of Fordist capitalism and mass production, the industrial working class was the main actor in many crucial struggles. Think of the U.S. strikes of 1934–35, 1936 and 1968 in France, the hot autumn of 1969 in Italy, the Argentinian Cordobazo in the same year, Chile's Unidad Popular in 1971–73, the Polish uprising of 1980, or the Korean strikes of 1987–90, just to mention some significant moments, but it never carried out a revolution without creating a coalition with other social classes and groups. This was what had occurred in Russia in 1917, where the Soviets also included soldiers and peasants, as well as in Yugoslavia in 1945. The German and Hungarian revolutions of 1919–20, which possessed a very pronounced proletarian character, resulted in calamitous defeats. The anti-colonial revolutions were led by intellectual elites that claimed a socialist and a Marxist orientation, but their social base was made up of peasants. In the first chapter of History of the Russian Revolution, Trotsky summarized his theory of uneven and combined development, initially elaborated to analyze the peculiarities of Russian history, in order to explain why socialist revolutions could take place in socially backward rather than in capitalist advanced countries. Unevenness, the most general law of the historic process, reveals itself most sharply and complexly in the destiny of the backward countries. Under the whip of external necessity their backward culture is compelled to make leaps. From the universal law of unevenness thus derives another law which, for the lack of a better name, we may call the law of combined development, by which we mean a drawing together of the different stages of the journey, a combining of the separate steps, an amalgam of archaic with more contemporary forms. Without this law, to be taken of course, in its whole material content, it is impossible to understand the history of Russia, and indeed of any country of the second, third, or 10th cultural class. 9. This was the first step of a theoretical reassessment that led to the abandonment of a Eurocentric view of revolution and the acknowledgement of its socially plural, today one would say intersectional, rather than exclusively proletarian character. Therefore, the socialist revolutions of the 20th century should be rethought in the same way in which the most recent historiography has revised the canonical interpretation of a 19th century built by a double revolution, both economic and political, the English Industrial Revolution that transformed capitalism and the French Revolution that, culminating in the Napoleonic Wars, demolished the old regime in Europe. 10 If the 19th century was incontestably an age of modernization, such a process was neither rapid nor homogeneous. Rather than the rise of the bourgeois state, it created hybrid forms of domination between an ascending bourgeoisie and a declining aristocracy that remained the core of a persistent old regime. Analogously, the age of socialism resulted from a variety of hybrid revolutions in which, far from being the only actor, the proletarian classes interacted with other social layers, from the intelligentsia to the peasantry, and sometimes were even eclipsed by them. In the 19th century, socialism was viewed as the historical mission of the industrial working class. First accomplished in Western Europe, it would later be extended on a global scale. In the 20th century, socialism was the horizon of world revolution. This major change was a product of the Russian Revolution, and this also explains why the 20th century revolutions were so deeply identified with communism. Faces of communism. The legacy of the October Revolution is torn between two antipodal interpretations. The rise to power of the Bolsheviks appeared, on the one hand, as the announcement of a global socialist transformation, on the other hand, as the event that set the stage for an epoch of totalitarianism. In 1927, Sergei Eisenstein shot October, a film that shaped the imagination of several generations in depicting revolution as an epic mass uprising. The historiographical equivalent of this work of art was Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution, both a chronological and an analytical reconstruction of this event, in which the empathetic, colorful narration of the witness merged with the conceptual insight of the Marxist thinker, like an astonishing fusion of the styles of Jules Michelet and Karl Marx. In a chapter of his biography of the head of the Red Army titled The Revolutionary as Historian, Isaac Deutscher stresses Trotsky's capacity to grasp the emotions of oppressed people suddenly transformed into political actors by combining this imaginative élan with crystalline clarity. 11 The result was a book written with both passion and thought. For decades, most of the left, far beyond official communist movements, perceived the October Revolution in a similar way, as both the iconic image of utopian aspirations and the irrefutable evidence of a teleological vision positing socialism as the natural end of history. The contrary interpretation depicts the Bolsheviks as the embodiment of the totalitarian potentialities of modernity. After the consolidation of the USSR in the second half of the 1920s, the initial descriptions of a herd of baboons jumping around a field of ruins and skulls, according to Churchill's prose, were abandoned, but communism continued to be depicted as a dangerous pathology of modern societies. For many conservative thinkers, from Isaiah Berlin to Martin Malia, from Karl Popper to Richard Pipes, it was an idiocracy, the inevitable outcome of the coercive transformation of society according to an abstract and authoritarian model. 12 According to this right-wing wisdom, the will to create a community of equals engendered a society of slaves. François Furet, for his part, rejected the communist passion along with its ideology, and connected both to the original madness of revolution itself, establishing a linear trajectory from Jacobin terror to Soviet Gulag. Today, the Gulag is leading to a rethinking of the terror precisely because the two undertakings are seen as identical. 13. The most radical versions of these opposed interpretations, official communism and Cold War anti-communism, also converge insofar as, for both of them, the Communist Party was a kind of demiurgic historical force. As Claudio S. Ingerflum ironically observed, most Cold Warrior scholars promulgated the anti-Bolshevik version of a Bolshevized history. 14 As in the Soviet version, ideology indisputably dominated the landscape and the party appeared as its trustful instrument, even if now the road to paradise had become the road to hell. 30 years after the end of the USSR and really existing socialism, only the first variant of this symmetrical representation has disappeared, the second one lives on, holding a strong, even if no longer hegemonic, position in scholarship, and deeply shaping the public uses of the past, from media vulgarizations to memory policies. Historicizing the communist experience, therefore, means overcoming this dichotomy between two narratives, one idyllic, the other horrific, which are also fundamentally alike. Several decades after its exhaustion, the communist experience does not need to be defended, idealized, or demonized, it deserves to be critically understood as a whole, as a dialectical totality shaped by internal tensions and contradictions, presenting multiple dimensions in a vast spectrum of shades, from redemptive élans to totalitarian violence, from participatory democracy and collective deliberation to blind oppression and mass extermination, from the most utopian imagination to the most bureaucratic domination, sometimes shifting from one to the other in a short span of time. In 1991, writing a new preface to the autobiographical account of his rupture with the French Communist Party, Edgar Morin proposed a definition of Stalinism that captures at the same time the complexity and the contradictory character of the communist experience. It was the monstrous step of a gigantic adventure to change the world. 15 Inevitably, this nightmarish moment overshadowed the rest. In fact, it casts its shadow over the entire 20th century, but this adventure had begun earlier and continued after the fall of real socialism. Thus, historicizing communism means inscribing it into a gigantic adventure as old as capitalism itself. Communism was a chameleon that could not be isolated as an insular experience or separated from its precursors and heirs. Communism came out of the October Revolution, whose trajectory calls to mind in condensed form Gibbon's vision of the Roman Empire. It possessed origins, a rise and a fall. Neither its emergence nor its conclusion was inevitable, despite its historical premises, and many of its turns resulted from unexpected circumstances. Far from being linear, its trajectory was fractured, marked by breaks and bifurcations. It includes insurgencies from below and radical changes from above, leaps and Thermidorian regressions that only a retrospective view could inscribe into a single historical sequence. Though Lenin and Stalin were not alike, Sheila Fitzpatrick emphasizes, they belong to the same process. Napoleon's revolutionary wars can be included in our general concept of the French Revolution, even if we do not regard them as an embodiment of the spirit of 1789, and a similar approach seems legitimate in the case of the Russian Revolution. 16 In her book, The Russian Revolution runs from February 1917 until the Great Purges of 1936–38. Believing in a possible regeneration of its original spirit, Isaac Deutscher extended the process through the de-Stalinization of 1956. Today it is easy to see that his diagnosis was wrong, but his perception of an ongoing movement was shared by millions of people across the world. The binary vision of a revolutionary Bolshevism opposed to a Stalinist counter-revolution allows one to distinguish between emancipatory violence and totalitarian repression, which is crucial, but also hides the connections that unite them and avoids any interrogation about their genetic link. Equally sterile, the conservative interpretation of a substantial continuity from Lenin to Gorbachev, grounded in the ideological basis of the USSR, simply carries on the apologetic and immunizing purpose of Cold War liberalism. Market society and liberal democracy are the features of a natural order, and criticizing capitalism inevitably leads to totalitarianism. Understanding communism as a global historical experience requires one to distinguish between movements and regimes. 17 Without separating them, not only did movements shift into regimes, but the latter retained a symbiotic link with the former, orienting their projects and actions. The Bolshevik Party before 1917, mostly composed of exiled and pariah intellectuals, seems a different universe from the gigantic bureaucratic apparatus that led the USSR in the following decades. They were two different worlds, but many threads connected them. This does not exclusively concern the history of Russian Bolshevism, but rather the history of communism as a whole, at least during its first decades. Whereas in the USSR Stalin decided to eliminate the Bolshevik old guard, communists led resistance movements against fascism in Western Europe, and organized one of the most epic revolutionary experiences of the 20th century with the Long March across China. Like many other isms of our political and philosophical lexicon, communism is a polysemic and ultimately ambiguous word. Historically understood, it is neither an ideal type nor really a concept, but rather, more prosaically, an umbrella covering multiple events and experiences. Its ambiguity does not lie exclusively in the discrepancy that separates the communist idea, elaborated by many utopian thinkers up through Marx, from its historical embodiments. It lies in the extreme diversity of its expressions. Not only because Russian, Chinese, and Italian communism were different, but also because in the long run many communist movements underwent deep changes, despite keeping their leaders and their ideological references. Considering its historical trajectory as a world phenomenon, communism appears as a mosaic of communisms. Sketching its anatomy, one can distinguish at least four broad forms, interrelated and not necessarily opposed to each other, but different enough to be recognized on their own: communism as revolution, communism as regime, communism as anti-colonialism, and finally, communism as a variant of social democracy. The October Revolution was their common matrix. This does not mean that all of them had a Russian origin, insofar as Bolshevism itself was a synthesis of several European ideas and experiences. But it does mean that all forms of 20th century communism were related to the Russian Revolution, the great historical turn in which they found a departure. Revolution. Revolution is a process, Sheila Fitzpatrick explains, but the vision of communism as revolution mostly focuses on its inaugural moment and emphasizes its disruptive character. Revolution is the moment in which human beings make their own history, it is the moment in which the oppressed become historical subjects, turn the old social and political order upside down and replace it with a new one. Revolution is a suspension of the course of history, when the linearity of a homogeneous and empty time is violently broken, opening new horizons and projecting society into a future to be invented. We could call it the Eisensteinian stage of communism. October is not a historical reconstitution of the Russian Revolution, it is a masterpiece that captures its emancipatory élan. Revolution deals with power relations, tactics and strategy, movements and leaderships, and the art of insurrection, but it also concerns aspirations, rage, resentment, happiness, commonality, utopias, and memory. In short, it is a moment in which politics is suddenly flooded with feelings and emotions. It is an eruption of commonality absolutely antithetical to classical liberalism's model of a society of isolated individuals acting as competitors. In such historical circumstances, the leaders are pushed forward and oriented by these new forms of collective agency. They seem to be recording and formalizing the decisions of a constituent power rising from below. It is important to remember the mood of the Russian Revolution, because it powerfully contributed to creating an iconic image that survived the misfortunes of the USSR and cast its shadow over the entire 20th century. Its aura attracted millions of human beings across the world, and remained relatively well preserved even when the aura of the communist regimes completely fell apart. In the 1960s and 1970s, it fueled a new wave of political radicalization that not only claimed autonomy from the USSR and its allies, but also perceived them as enemies. The Russian Revolution came out of the Great War. It was a product of the collapse of the long 19th century, the age of the 100 Years' Peace, to speak with Karl Polanyi, and the symbiotic link between war and revolution shaped the entire trajectory of 20th century communism. Emerging from the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, the Paris Commune had been a forerunner of militarized politics, as many Bolshevik thinkers emphasized, but the October Revolution amplified it to an incomparably larger scale. The National Guard was not the Red Army, and the 20 districts of the French capital simply cannot be compared to the Tsarist Empire. The First World War transformed Bolshevism itself, altering many of its features. Several canonical works of the communist tradition, like Lenin's The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koskei or Leon Trotsky's Terrorism and Communism, simply could not be imagined before 1914. Just as 1789 introduced a new concept of revolution, no longer defined as an astronomical rotation but rather as a social and political break, October 1917 reframed it in military terms: a crisis of the old order, mass mobilization, dualism of power, armed insurrection, proletarian dictatorship, civil war, and a violent clash with counter-revolution. Lenin's State and Revolution formalized Bolshevism as both an ideology and a unity of strategic precepts, distinguishing it from social democratic reformism, a politics belonging to the exhausted age of 19th century liberalism. Bolshevism came out of a time of increasing brutalization, when war erupted into politics, changing its language and its practices. It was a product of the anthropological transformation that, speaking with George L. Moss, shaped the old continent at the end of the Great War. 18 This genetic code of Bolshevism was visible everywhere, from texts to languages, from iconography to songs, from symbols to rituals. It outlasted the Second World War and continued to fuel the rebellious movements of the 1970s, whose slogans and liturgies obsessively emphasized the idea of a violent clash with the state. Bolshevism created a military paradigm of revolution that deeply shaped communist experiences throughout the planet. The European resistance, as well as the socialist transformations in China, Korea, Vietnam, and Cuba reproduced a similar symbiotic link between war and revolution. The international communist movement was therefore envisioned as a revolutionary army formed by millions of combatants, and this had inevitable consequences in terms of organization, authoritarianism, discipline, division of labor and, last but not least, gender hierarchies. In a movement of warriors, female leaders could only be exceptions. Even Gramsci, who tried to question this Bolshevik paradigm for the revolution in the West, could not avoid a military theoretical framework in which he distinguished between the war of movement and the war of position. 19. The Bolsheviks were deeply convinced that they were acting in accordance with the laws of history. The earthquake of 1917 was born from the entanglement of many factors, some set in the longue durée of Russian history and others more temporary, abruptly synchronized by the war, an extremely violent peasant uprising against the landed aristocracy, a revolt of the urban proletariat affected by the economic crisis, and finally the dislocation of the army, formed of peasant soldiers who were exhausted after 3 years of a terrible conflict, which they neither understood nor perceived as nearing an end. If these were the premises of the Russian Revolution, it is difficult to grasp in it any supposed historical necessity. The Soviet experiment was fragile, precarious, and unstable during its first years of existence. It was constantly threatened, and its survival required both inexhaustible energies and enormous sacrifices. A witness to those years, Victor Serge, wrote that in 1919 the Bolsheviks considered the collapse of the Soviet regime likely, but instead of discouraging them, this awareness multiplied their tenacity. The victory of the counter-revolution would have been an immense bloodbath. 20. Maybe their resistance was possible because they were animated by the profound conviction of acting in accordance with the laws of history, but, in reality, they did not follow any natural tendency, they were inventing a new world, unable to know what would come out of their endeavor, inspired by an astonishingly powerful utopian imagination, and certainly incapable of imagining its totalitarian outcome. Despite their usual appeal to the positivistic lexicon of historical laws, the Bolsheviks had inherited their military conception of revolution from the Great War. Soldiers formed the Petrograd Military Revolutionary Committee that deposed the provisional government on the night of October 25, 1917, and the terrible civil war that bled the former Tsarist Empire between 1918 and 1921 was an extension of the war that had broken out in the summer of 1914. During this military clash, Peter Holquist explains, methods, forged for external war were turned inward, to domestic conflicts. 21. In many cases its battles were conducted by the same armies, the same generals and the same soldiers. The Russian revolutionaries read Clausewitz and dealt with the interminable controversies about the legacy of Blanquism and the art of insurrection, but the violence of the Russian Revolution did not arise from an ideological impulse, it stemmed from a society brutalized by war. This genetic trauma had profound consequences. The war had reshaped politics by changing its codes, introducing previously unknown forms of authoritarianism. In 1917, chaos and spontaneity still prevailed in a mass party composed mostly of new members and directed by a group of exiles, but authoritarianism quickly consolidated during the Civil War. Lenin and Trotsky claimed the legacy of the Paris Commune of 1871, but Julius Martov was right when he pointed out that their true ancestor was the Jacobin Terror of 1793–94.22. The military paradigm of the revolution should not be mistaken, however, for a cult of violence. In History of the Russian Revolution, Trotsky put forward solid arguments against the thesis widely spread from the 1920s onwards of a Bolshevik coup. Rejecting the ingenuity of the idyllic vision of the taking of the Winter Palace as a spontaneous popular uprising, he dedicated many pages to the methodical preparation of an insurrection that required, well beyond a rigorous and efficient military organization, an in-depth evaluation of its political conditions and a careful choice of its execution times. The result was the dismissal of the interim government and the arrest of its members. Kerensky had already escaped, practically without bloodshed. The disintegration of the old state apparatus and the construction of a new one was a painful process that lasted for more than 3 years of civil war. Of course, the insurrection required a technical preparation and was implemented by a minority, but this did not equate to a conspiracy. In opposition to the pervasive view spread by Curzio Malaparte, a victorious insurrection, Trotsky wrote, is widely separated both in method and historical significance from a governmental overturn accomplished by conspirators acting in concealment from the masses. 23 There is no doubt that the taking of the Winter Palace and the dismissal of the provisional government was a major turn within the revolutionary process. Lenin called it an overthrowing or an uprising. 24 Nevertheless, most historians recognize that this twist took place in a period of extraordinary effervescence, characterized by a permanent mobilization of society and constant recourse to the use of force, in a paradoxical context in which Russia, while remaining involved in a world war, was a state that no longer possessed the monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. The most tenacious Cold Warrior historians, such as Martin Malia and Richard Pipes, have written books on the history of the Russian Revolution, even if they interpret it as a coup. One of the premises of October was the failed putsch of General Kornilov, in August 1917, which Trotsky analyzed as the incarnation of an abortive form of Bonapartism. Vladimir Antonovovchenko, the military chief of the seizure of the Winter Palace, was not a general but an intellectual who had returned to Russia in the spring of 1917 after years of exile. Paradoxically, the thesis of the Bolshevik coup is the crossing point between conservative and anarchist criticisms of the October Revolution. Their reasons were certainly different, not to say antipodal, but their conclusions converged. Lenin and Trotsky had established a dictatorship. Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, expelled from the United States in 1919 because of their enthusiastic support of the Russian Revolution, could not accept Bolshevik rule and, after the repression of the Kronstadt Rebellion in March 1921, decided to leave the USSR. Emma Goldman published My Disillusionment in Russia and Alexander Berkman The Bolshevik Myth, whose conclusion expressed a bitter and severe assessment. Gray are the passing days. One by one the embers of hope have died out. Terror and despotism have crushed the life born in October. The slogans of the revolution are forsworn, its ideals stifled in the blood of the people. The breath of yesterday is dooming millions to death, the shadow of today hangs like a black pall over the country. Dictatorship is trampling the masses underfoot. The revolution is dead, its spirit cries in the wilderness. 25. Their criticism certainly deserves attention, since it came from inside the revolution itself. Their diagnostic was pitiless. The Bolsheviks had established a party dictatorship that ruled not only in name of the Soviets but sometimes, as in Kronstadt, against them, and whose authoritarian features had becoming more and more suffocating. In fact, the Bolsheviks themselves did not contest this trenchant appraisal. In year one of the Russian Revolution, Victor Serge described the USSR during the Civil War in this way. At this moment, the party fulfilled within the working class the functions of a brain and of a nervous system. It saw, it felt, it knew, it thought, it willed for and through the masses. Its consciousness, its organization were a make-weight for the weakness of the individual members of the mass. Without it, the mass would have been no more than a heap of human dust, experiencing confused aspirations shot through by flashes of intelligence. These, in the absence of a mechanism capable of leading to large-scale action, doomed to waste themselves, and experiencing more insistently the pangs of suffering. Through its incessant agitation and propaganda, always telling the unvarnished truth, the party raised the workers above their own narrow, individual horizon, and revealed to them the vast perspectives of history. After the winter of 1918-19, the revolution becomes the work of the Communist Party. 26. The Bolsheviks' eulogy of party dictatorship, their defense of the militarization of work and their violent language against any left-wing criticism, either social democratic or anarchist, of their power, was certainly abhorrent and dangerous. It was during the Civil War that Stalinism found its premises. The fact remains that a left-wing alternative was not an easy option. As Serge himself lucidly recognized, the most probable alternative to Bolshevism was simply counter-revolutionary terror. As Alexander Rubinovich bluntly put it, terror was the price of survival. 27 Without being a coup, the October Revolution meant the seizure of power by a party that represented a minority and which remained even more isolated after its decision to dissolve the Constituent Assembly. At the end of the Russian Civil War, however, the Bolsheviks had conquered the majority, thus becoming the hegemonic force in a devastated country. This dramatic change did not happen because of the Cheka and state terror, as pitiless as it was, but because of the division of their enemies, the support of the working class and the passing over to their side of both the peasantry and the non-Russian nationalities. If the final outcome was the dictatorship of a revolutionary party, the alternative was not a democratic regime, the only alternative was a military dictatorship of Russian nationalists, aristocratic landowners, and pogromists. 28. Regime. The communist regime institutionalized the military dimension of revolution. It destroyed the creative, anarchistic, and self-emancipatory spirit of 1917, but at the same time inscribed itself into the revolutionary process. The shift of the revolution toward the Soviet regime passed through different steps: the Civil War, the collectivization of agriculture, and the political purges of the Moscow trials. Dissolving the Constituent Assembly, in December 1917, the Bolsheviks affirmed the superiority of Soviet democracy, but by the end of the Civil War the latter was dying. During this atrocious and bloody conflict, the USSR introduced censorship, suppressed political pluralism to the point of finally abolishing any fraction within the Communist Party itself, militarized labor and created the first forced labor camps, and instituted a new political secret police. In March 1921, the violent repression of Kronstadt symbolized the end of Soviet democracy and the USSR emerged from the Civil War as a single-party dictatorship. 10 years later, the collectivization of agriculture brutally ended the peasant revolution and invented new forms of totalitarian violence and bureaucratically centralized modernization of the country. In the second half of the 1930s, the political purges physically eliminated the vestiges of revolutionary Bolshevism and disciplined the entire society by establishing the rule of terror. For 2 decades, the USSR created a gigantic system of concentration camps. Between collectivization and the Moscow trials, the cultural revolution that had flourished after 1917 was brutally smashed, the aesthetic avant-garde was brought to heel and socialist realism became the official Soviet doctrine in literature and the arts, while Russian nationalism was practically imposed in all non-Russian republics of the USSR. Stalinism resulted from these transformations. From the mid-1930s, the USSR roughly corresponded with the classical definition of totalitarianism elaborated a few years later by many conservative political thinkers: a correlation of official ideology, charismatic leadership, single-party dictatorship, suppression of rule of law and political pluralism, monopoly of all means of communication through state propaganda, social and political terror backed by a system of concentration camps, and the suppression of free market capitalism by a centralized economy. 29 This description, currently used to point out the similarities between communism and fascism, is not wrong but extremely superficial. Even if one overlooks the enormous differences that separated the communist and fascist ideologies, as well as the social and economic content of their political systems, the fact remains that such a canonical definition of totalitarianism does not grasp the internal dynamic of the Soviet regime. It is simply unable to inscribe it into the historical process of the Russian Revolution. It depicts the USSR as a static, monolithic system, whereas the advent of Stalinism meant a deep and protracted transformation of society and culture. Equally unsatisfactory is the definition of Stalinism as a bureaucratic counter-revolution or a betrayed revolution. Stalinism certainly signified a radical departure from any idea of democracy and self-emancipation, but it was not, properly speaking, a counter-revolution. A comparison with the Napoleonic Empire is pertinent insofar as Stalinism consciously linked the transformations engendered by the Russian Revolution to both the Enlightenment and the tradition of Russian Empire, but Stalinism was not the restoration of the old regime, neither politically or economically, nor even culturally. Stalinism belonged to the process of the Russian Revolution, Stephen Kotkin suggests, because its project was the building of a new civilization. Bolshevism must be seen not merely as a set of institutions, a group of personalities, or an ideology, but as a cluster of powerful symbols and attitudes, a language and new forms of speech, new ways of behaving in public and private, even new styles of dress, in short, as an ongoing experience through which it was possible to imagine and strive to bring about a new civilization called socialism. In the wake of Bolshevism, he continues, Stalinism was not just a political system, let alone the rule of an individual. It was a set of values, a social identity, a way of life. Far from restoring the power of the old aristocracy, Stalinism created a completely new economic, managerial, scientific, and intellectual elite, recruited from the lower classes of Soviet societies, notably the peasantry, and educated by new communist institutions. This is the key to explaining why Stalinism benefited from a social consensus, notwithstanding the terror and mass deportations. 31 According to Boris Groys, even in the aesthetic field Stalinism spurred, despite its totalitarian forms, the creative elan of revolution. Therefore, it would be wrong to reduce socialist realism to a simple form of neoclassicism. Like the avant-garde, Groys suggests, Stalinist culture continued to be oriented toward the future, it was perspective rather than mimetic, a visualization of the collective dream of the new world and the new humanity rather than the product of an individual artist's temperament. It did not retire to the museum, but aspired to exert an active influence upon life. In brief, it could not simply be regarded as regressive or pre-avant-garde. 32. Interpreting Stalinism as a step in the process of the Russian Revolution does not mean sketching a linear track. The first wave of terror, pertinently comparable to the Jacobin Terror of 1794, took place during a civil war, when the existence of the USSR itself was threatened by an international coalition. The brutality of the White Counter-Revolution, the extreme violence of its propaganda and of its practices, pogroms and massacres, pushed the Bolsheviks to establish a pitiless dictatorship. Stalin initiated the second and third waves of terror during the 1930s, collectivization and the purges, in a pacified country whose borders had been internationally recognized and whose political power had been menaced neither by external nor by internal forces. Of course, the rise to power of Hitler in Germany clearly signaled the possibility of a new war in the medium term, but the massive, blind, and irrational character of Stalin's violence significantly weakened the USSR instead of reinforcing and equipping it to face such dangers. Stalinism was a revolution from above, a paradoxical mixture of modernization and social regression, whose final result was mass deportation, a system of concentration camps, an ensemble of trials exhuming the fantasies of the Inquisition and a wave of mass executions that decapitated the state, the party, and the army. In rural areas, Stalinism meant, according to Bukharin, the return to a feudal exploitation of the peasantry with catastrophic economic effects. 33 Thus, Eric Hobsbawm's apologetic vision of Stalin as a dictator adapted to the historical conditions of a peasantry whose mentality recalled that of the Western plebeians of the 11th century seems highly debatable. 34 At the same time as the kulaks were starving in Ukraine, the Soviet regime was transforming tens of thousands of peasants into technicians and engineers. In short, Soviet totalitarianism merged modernism and barbarism. It was a peculiar, frightening, Promethean trend. In the wake of Isaac Deutscher, Arno Meyer defines it as an uneven and unstable amalgam of monumental achievements and monstrous crimes. 35 Of course, any left scholar or activist could easily share Victor Serge's assessment on the moral, philosophical, and political line that radically separated Stalinism from authentic socialism, insofar as Stalin's USSR had become an absolute, castocratic totalitarian state, drunk with its own power, for which man does not count, but this does not change. The fact, recognized by Serge himself, that this red totalitarianism unfolded in and prolonged a historical process started by the October Revolution. 36 Avoiding any teleological approach, one could observe that this result was neither historically ineluctable nor coherently inscribed into a Marxist ideological pattern. The origins of Stalinism, nevertheless, cannot simply be imputed, as radical functionalism suggests, to the historical circumstances of war and the social backwardness of a gigantic country with an absolutist past, a country in which building socialism inevitably required reproducing the gruesomeness of primitive capital accumulation. 37 Bolshevik ideology played a role during the Russian Civil War in this metamorphosis from democratic upsurge to ruthless, totalitarian dictatorship. Its normative vision of violence as the midwife of history and its culpable indifference to the juridical framework of a revolutionary state, historically transitional and doomed to extinction, certainly favored the emergence of an authoritarian, single-party regime. Multiple threads run from revolution to Stalinism, as well as from the USSR to the communist movements acting across the world. Stalinism was both a totalitarian regime and, for several decades, the hegemonic current of the left on an international scale. It is worthwhile, then, to stress the peculiar nature of Stalinism. The ways in which it disciplined the entirety of Soviet society and suffocated freedom and democracy undoubtedly constituted a form of totalitarianism, but this form displayed few affinities with fascism or National Socialism, despite superficial similarities and a shared opposition to liberal democracy. Their social bases, their ideologies, and their objectives were antipodal. Considering both their economic structures and their philosophical backgrounds, to speak of a single totalitarian Janus with two opposite faces, communist and fascist, is meaningless. The Second World War was a significant test of the chasm that divided these societies and their political regimes. In February 1942, Isaac Deutscher, a Marxist Polish historian with an impeccable anti-Stalinist pedigree, wrote these words on the Nazi aggression against the USSR. One fundamental truth about the German-Soviet war has to be understood: the heroic resistance of the Russian workers and peasants is proof of the vitality of revolutionary society. Soviet workers and peasants are defending all that, in spite of various deformations, has remained of the revolution, an economy without capitalists and landlords. They defend what they see as their socialist fatherland, and here the accent is on the adjective no less than on the noun. They defend it not because, but in spite of the privileges which the new bureaucracy has usurped for itself, not because, but in spite of the totalitarian regime with its GPU, concentration camps, cult of the leader, and the terrible purges. 38. Scholars of fascism are quite unanimous in finding that the Italian entry into the war in 1940 was the beginning of the decline of Mussolini. When fascism fell, in the summer of 1943, a large section of Italian society had already deserted it, turned anti-fascist and gone to join the resistance. In Germany, Stalingrad destroyed the myth of the Thousand-Year Reich, and yet the civilians supported Hitler's regime until its collapse, simply because of Nazi terror and the fear spread amongst the population by relentless Allied bombing. In the USSR, the Great Patriotic War was not merely a legend. Despite the exaggeration and lies of Stalinist propaganda, it mirrored a general mobilization of society against the invasion. One has to compare the War Chronicles by Curzio Malaparte and Vasily Grossman, on opposite sides of the Eastern Front, to understand the antipodal meanings that the belligerents gave to their commitment, extermination and resistance, in a confrontation in which humanity itself was at stake. 39 One has to compare the attitude of artists and intellectuals in the two camps: on the one hand, the blend of cynicism, resignation, and disgust with which, through metaphors and allusions, Carl Schmitt and Ernst Junger described in their correspondence the nihilism and the apocalyptic, Hieronymus Bosch-like landscape of the Nazi war in Ukraine in 1942. 40 On the other hand, the intense emotion and fighting spirit with which, in August 1942, in the middle of a starving city under siege, the Soviet citizens attended the Leningrad Symphony of Shostakovich. 41 According to Anne Applebaum, the war even raised a wave of patriotism among the Gulag prisoners. Many of them were allowed to join the Red Army while others were upset at their exclusion from front-line combat. In the Nazi camps, by contrast, news of the Allied bombings of German cities was received as a source of hope. As inhuman and lethal as it was, the Gulag was vastly different from Buchenwald or Auschwitz. Despite its great variety, it was not conceived of as a center of extermination but rather as a realm of political re-education and forced labor. Anne Applebaum points out the peculiar paradox of the Soviet camps that were slowly bringing civilization, if that is what it can be called, to the remote wilderness. 42 Despite specifying that the Gulag was a penal institution first, and a productive institution second, Stephen A. Barnes emphasizes that it played a crucial role in the social transformation of the country. The Gulag made a substantial, if costly, contribution to the Soviet economy from the 1930s through the 1950s. Gulag laborers completed such massive construction projects as the White Sea to Baltic Sea and Volga River to Moscow River canals, opened up gold mines along the Far East's Kolyma River, built rail lines throughout the Soviet Union, felled timber in Siberia, produced oil and coal in places like Vorkuta, Norilsk, and Karaganda, and operated large agricultural enterprises in Siberia and Karaganda. 43. For 20 years, the prisoners of the Gulag built roads, railways, electric plants, factories, and even cities. Their oppression and exploitation were undoubtedly brutal, a modern form of slavery, but were not grounded on racial ideological premises and did not have extermination as a final goal. Even a lucid conservative such as Raymond Aron understood the difference between a totalitarian system that resulted in forced labor and racial domination that ended in the gas chambers. 44 When the Gulag reached its apogee in the USSR, during the war years, the advance of the Red Army in Central Europe was perceived in the West, with the significant exception of Poland in 1944, as a liberating march that heartened and encouraged the resistance movements. Stalinism was not a Russian behemoth, a non-state, a chaos, a rule of lawlessness, disorder, and anarchy, according to the striking definition of Nazi Germany suggested by Franz Neumann in his eponymous work. 45 Its social roots were much more solid and deep, as its victory during the Second World War and its considerable duration have patently shown. However, it was so intimately contradictory and historically new that defining its nature is not an easy task, even retrospectively. Stalinism buried the October Revolution by extracting its social and economic strength from the profound changes introduced by the break of 1917, and it embodied, at least for a couple of decades, a message of liberation in the eyes of millions of people all over the world. In the 1930s and 1940s, its ruthless, violent and arbitrary power pushed to paroxysmal limits the attributes of Western sovereignty, which Foucault had summarized as the absolute capacity by the state to kill its subjects. At the same time, it transformed the USSR into a gigantic biopolitical laboratory in which a new society was built through population transfers, industrializing policies, the collectivization of agriculture, and forced labor in the gulags. In the 20th century, so many revolutions remained engulfed in the dark and cold waters of this chameleonic monster. Anti-colonialism. As we saw, the Bolsheviks were radical westernizers. 46 Differently from Marx, who, at the end of his life, had imagined the possibility of a shift from the Russian peasant community to socialism, Trotsky saw Slavophilism as nothing but the mechanism of backwardness. 47 Bolshevik literature was full of references to the French Revolution, 1848, and the Paris Commune, but it never mentioned the Haitian Revolution or the Mexican Revolution. For Trotsky and Lenin, who loved this metaphor, the wheel of history rolled from Petrograd to Berlin, not from the boundless Russian countryside to the fields of Morelos or the Antillean plantations. In a chapter of his History of the Russian Revolution, Trotsky underlined that civilization had made the peasantry its pack animal and deplored the fact that peasants were usually ignored by the history books, just as theater critics pay no attention to the workers who, behind the scenes, operate the curtains and change the scenery. The part played by the peasantry in past revolutions remains hardly cleared up to this day. 48 In his own book, however, the peasants appear mostly as an anonymous mass. They are not neglected but are observed from afar, with analytical detachment rather than empathy. Trotsky had little experience of the peasant world, which remained a memory of his childhood in Yanovka, Ukraine. Viewed from Vienna, Paris, and New York, the cities of his exile, the immense Russian countryside seemed distant to him. Therefore, this observation remained isolated in his book. At the heart of his great fresco were not peasants but the urban masses in action, and they were composed essentially of workers. The Black Jacobins were slaves and the Mexican revolutionaries, including their leaders, were indigenous peasants. The Bolsheviks had started to question their vision of the peasantry, inherited from Marx's writings on French Bonapartism 49, as a culturally backward and politically conservative class, but their proletarian troism was too strong to complete this revision. This was done, not without theoretical and strategic confrontations, by anti-colonial communism in the years between the two world wars. Before the already mentioned historical work of C.L.R. James, the Black Jacobins, the most significant examples of this reassessment came from China and Latin America. In China, the communist turn towards the peasantry resulted from both the devastating defeat of the urban revolutions of the mid-1920s and the effort to inscribe Marxism into a national history and culture. After the bloody repression inflicted by the Kuomintang, the Communist Party cells had been almost completely dismantled in the cities, and its members imprisoned and persecuted. At the end of 1927, the Communist Party had only 10,000 members, down from 60,000 1 year earlier. Retreating into the country, where they found protection and could reorganize their movement, many communist leaders started looking at the peasantry with different eyes, abandoning their former westernized gaze on Asian backwardness. This strategic turn, the object of sharp controversies between the Communist International and its Chinese section during the 1930s, was claimed by Mao Zedong at the beginning of 1927, even before the massacres perpetrated by the GMD in Shanghai and Canton in April and December of that year. 50 Coming back to his native Hunan, Mao wrote a famous report in which he designated the peasantry, instead of the urban proletariat, as the driving force of the Chinese Revolution. The revolutionary character of the peasants was so evident that it did not need to be proven, and, even if at that time he had not yet contested the alliance with the GMD, he was already hailing the importance of peasant leadership. Without the poor peasants there would be no revolution. To deny their role is to deny the revolution. To attack them is to attack the revolution. 51 In Mao's view, peasants were clear-sighted and able to establish their own power. Certainly, their revolution would be an outburst of violence, but its yardstick was the timeless brutality of the oppression inflicted by the landlords. In a later canonized passage, he wrote, "A revolution is not a dinner party, or writing an essay, or painting a picture, or doing embroidery. It cannot be so refined, so leisurely and gentle, so temperate, kind, courteous, restrained and magnanimous. A revolution is an insurrection, an act of violence by which one class overthrows another. A rural revolution is a revolution by which the peasantry overthrows the power of the feudal landlord class. Without using the greatest force, the peasants cannot possibly overthrow the deep-rooted authority of the landlords which has lasted for thousands of years. The rural areas need a mighty revolutionary upsurge, for it alone can rouse the people in their millions to become a powerful force. 52. Against the Moscow agents who conceived of peasant militias exclusively as triggers of urban uprisings, in 1931 Mao persisted in building a Soviet republic in Jiangxi. Without believing in the rural character of the Chinese Revolution, he could not have organized the Long March in order to resist the annihilation campaign launched by the GMD. Initially considered as a tragic defeat, only 8,000 soldiers arrived in Shaanxi in October 1935, out of 90,000 who had left Jiangxi 1 year earlier. This epic undertaking paved the way for a successful struggle in the following decade, first against the Japanese occupation and then against the GMD itself. 2 years later, the initial size of the Red Army had been reconstituted, and in 1947, when the civil war with the GMD broke out, it numbered 2,700,000. The proclamation of the People's Republic of China in Beijing in 1949 was the result of a process that, from the uprisings of 1925 to the Long March and the anti-Japanese struggle, found one of its necessary premises in October 1917, but it was also the product of a strategic revision. There was a complex genetic link between the Chinese and the Russian revolutions. 53. Mao Zedong during the Long March. The three major dimensions of communism analyzed in this chapter, revolution, regime, and anti-colonialism, emblematically merged in the Chinese Revolution. As a radical break with the traditional order, it was incontestably a revolution that heralded the end of centuries of oppression. As the conclusion of a civil war, it resulted in the conquest of power by a militarized party which, since the beginning, established its dictatorship in the most authoritarian forms. And as the conclusion of 15 years of struggle, first against the Japanese occupation and then against the GMD, a nationalist force that had become the agent of Western great powers, the communist victory of 1949 marked not only the end of colonialism in China but also, on a broader scale, a significant moment in the global process of decolonization. Whereas, in Russia, the bureaucratization of the Bolshevik Party and the end of Soviet democracy were a product of the Civil War, in China the militarization of communism had started almost 20 years before its conquest of power, when a party of uprooted intellectuals left the cities and became the leadership of a peasant liberation movement. Undoubtedly, this revolutionary process mobilized the entire Chinese society and experienced many heroic and epic moments, foremost among them the Long March, but it did not have the euphoric, utopian, almost anarchistic élan of October 1917. It changed the face of an immense country, but failed to produce any form of self-management or council democracy, any aesthetic avant-garde or debate on sexual emancipation, to mention only a few significant moments of the early Soviet Union. The mythic tale of popular insurrection created by Eisenstein in October could not be easily transposed to China, even less Gustav Landauer's definition of revolution as an abrupt interruption of the historical continuum in which everything happens incredibly quickly, just like in dreams in which people seem to be freed from gravity. 54 The Chinese Revolution was not a social and political break that suddenly liberated the repressed energies and desires of society. It was the epilogue of 20 years of revolutionary wars. China was devastated and exhausted. Neither an emancipatory insurgency, like in 1917, nor a revolution from above, like the process of structural assimilation to the USSR that took place in the countries of Central Europe occupied by the Red Army in 1945, the Chinese Revolution was a singular osmosis of revolution from below, authoritarianism driven from above by a militarized party, and a powerful offensive against imperialism. The images of Mao Zedong proclaiming the People's Republic of China from Tiananmen Square in Beijing, on October 1, 1949, radiate the aura of a historical event, which is certainly not reducible to the routine march past of a totalitarian regime. Nonetheless, they have little in common with the crazy chaos of Berlin in January 1919, when the city was paralysed by impromptu barricades, or the joyful excitement of the crowds that overran the streets of Havana in December 1958 to welcome the rebel army of Fidel Castro and Che Guevara. In China, the revolutionary process combined the liberation from Japanese rule with social emancipatory measures and the establishment of an extremely authoritarian power. While liberating the country from imperialism and emancipating the peasants from ancestral domination, the Communist Party installed its exclusive dictatorship by suffocating any democratic élan. Maoism was a sui generis revolutionary movement, not a Chinese version of Russian Bolshevism. Mao prevailed in imposing his strategic line against the Comintern, whose orientation, strongly put forward by its agents, basically extended the Russian experience to China. Moscow imposed a similar path on Latin America. In the 1920s and 1930s, the Third International established its leadership in Buenos Aires. The choice of Argentina, the most European country of Latin America, clearly revealed a general disregard for the continental revolutionary traditions, only a few years after the Mexican Revolution, as well as for the subversive potential of the indigenous populations. The Brazilian rebellion led by Carlos Prestes, whose legendary column crossed the country between 1924 and 1928, and then organized an uprising in 1935 against Getulio Vargas's rule, did not become the Latin American equivalent of the Chinese Long March. In the 1920s, the Bolshevization of the communist parties consolidated the Russian control of their leaderships and, during the following decades, the international strategy of the Popular Front replaced anti-imperialism with anti-fascism, with the result that in 1958 the Cuban Revolution did not depart from the communist tradition. 55 In the 1920s and 1930s, however, Bolshevism reached Latin America and transformed its political landscape by introducing a new actor alongside nationalism, populism, and an exhausted liberalism. The continental revolutionary culture and imagination were deeply transformed, and Bolshevism reformulated its aesthetic codes by merging European and indigenous symbols. The October Revolution had become a universal paradigm. Mexican artists painted canvases in which European forms of war were translated into a Latin American context, like José Clemente Orozco's The Trench, and in which the Mexican Revolution, a peasant war for land and power, was represented through the emblems of Soviet communism, such as Diego Rivera's painting Distribution of Arms and Tina Modotti's photograph Mexican Sombrero with Hammer and Sickle. Diego Rivera, Distribution of Arms. Mural. Secretaría de Educación Pública, Mexico City. Tina Modotti, Mexican Sombrero with Hammer and Sickle. Front page of the Masses, October 1928. Whereas the Russian Revolution appeared as a kind of North Star for rebels across the Americas, an authentic form of Latin American Marxism could not but be created against the orthodoxy of the Comintern. The Peruvian José Carlos Mariátegui, the most important Latin American Marxist thinker in the first half of the 20th century, refused to follow the instructions coming from Moscow. He believed that the history of pre-Columbian Mesoamerican civilizations could not be considered analogous to European feudalism. Socialism, in this region, could not simply be imported from the West but had to merge with the ancestral tradition of Inca communism, which he compared with that of the Russian rural community. In his view, the key to socialist revolution in Peru was in solving the land problem that corresponded with the oppression of indigenous people. For the Inca, land was the source of life, not an object to conquer and exploit. Faith in the renaissance of the Indian is not pinned to the material process of westernizing the Quechua country. The soul of the Indian is not raised by the white man's civilization or alphabet but by the myth, the idea, of the socialist revolution. The hope of the Indian is absolutely revolutionary. That same myth, that same idea, are the decisive agents in the awakening of other ancient peoples or races in ruin, the Hindus, the Chinese, etc. Universal history today tends as never before to chart its course with a common quadrant. Why should the Inca people, who constructed the most highly developed and harmonious communistic system, be the only ones unmoved by this worldwide emotion? The consanguinity of the Indian movement with world revolutionary currents is too evident to need documentation. I have said already that I reached an understanding and appreciation of the Indian through socialism. 56. After the Russian Revolution, socialism crossed the boundaries of Europe and became an agenda item in the South and the colonial world. This is the new context in which both Mao and Mariátegui reconsidered the role of the peasantry as an insurgent force. Their theoretical and strategic reassessment took place once October 1917 had laid the premises of decolonization. Because of its intermediary position between Europe and Asia, with a gigantic territory extending across both continents, inhabited by a variety of national, religious, and ethnic communities, the USSR became the locus of a new crossroads between the West and the colonial world. Bolshevism was able to speak equally to the proletarian classes of the industrialized countries and to the colonized peoples of the South. One needs to go back more than a century, with the symbiotic link between the French and the Haitian revolutions, to find a historical event with a similar global impact. During the 19th century, anti-colonialism was almost non-existent in the West, with the notable exception of the anarchist movement, whose activists and ideas widely circulated between Southern and Eastern Europe, Latin America, and different Asian countries. After Marx's death, socialism based its hopes and expectations on the growing strength of the industrial working class, mostly white and male, and was concentrated in the developed capitalist countries of the West. Every mass socialist party included powerful currents defending the civilizing mission of Europe throughout the world. The extreme violence of colonialism could be vigorously denounced, as it was after the extermination of the Herero in German Namibia in 1904, without casting doubt on the historical right of European empires to rule Asia and Africa. Social democratic parties, particularly those located in the biggest empires, postponed colonial liberation until after the socialist transformation of Europe and the US. In 1907, the Stuttgart Congress of the Second International approved a resolution that upheld the principle of colonialism. Most socialist thinkers viewed it as a necessary civilizing mission, one that a socialist order would accomplish through peaceful means. This was the significance of a positive colonial policy, as the Belgian Emile van der Velde defined it, which sought to avoid the violence and inhumanity of imperialism. 57 3 years earlier, at the Amsterdam Congress, several American, Dutch, and Australian socialists had proposed a resolution that called for the restriction of immigration into developed countries for workingmen of inferior races, mentioning both Chinese and Negroes. Daniel de Leon, the leader of the Socialist Labor Party of America, born in Curaçao to a Dutch Jewish family with Spanish and Portuguese origins, vigorously criticized this xenophobic and racist position. Where is the line that separates inferior from superior races? To the Native American proletariat, the Irish was made to appear an inferior race, to the Irish, the German, to the German, the Italian, to the Italian, and so down the line through the Swedes, the Poles, the Jews, the Armenians, the Japanese, to the end of the gamut. Socialism knows not such insulting, iniquitous distinctions as inferior and superior races among the proletariat. It is for capitalism to fan the fires of such sentiments in its scheme to keep the proletariat divided. 58. The Bolsheviks radically broke with such a tradition. The Second Congress of the Communist International, held in Moscow in July 1920, approved a programmatic document calling for colonial revolutions against imperialism. Its goal was the creation of communist parties in the colonial world and the support of national liberation movements. The Congress clearly affirmed a radical turn away from the old social democratic views on colonialism. A couple of months later, the Bolsheviks organized a Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku, Azerbaijan Soviet Socialist Republic, which convened almost 2,000 delegates from 29 Asian nationalities, and which started with a spirited speech by Grigory Zinoviev appealing for a jihad against imperialism. 59 In gathering intellectuals involved in embryonic communist movements, leaders of trade unions and peasant associations, as well as representatives of several emerging nationalist currents, this Congress was in fact a propaganda meeting that fulfilled many purposes. In the middle of the Russian Civil War, it aimed to reinforce Soviet influence in Central Asia and also to put pressure on Britain by forcing Lloyd George to negotiate with the USSR lest it foment revolutionary movements within its own colonies. 60 M. N. Roy, the Indian Marxist who had discussed with Lenin the theses on the colonial question, refused to attend this meeting, which in his memoirs he qualified as Zinoviev's circus. 61 According to several testimonies, the Congress took place in an atmosphere of confusion and excitement, with delegates exhibiting their weapons and, in some cases, closing profitable business deals during their stay. Despite many ritual slogans against imperialism, the question of nationalism was not really discussed. Enver Pasha, one of the leaders of the Young Turk Revolution in 1908, was not allowed to attend but sent a long message that was read and applauded. 62 Although both Turks and Armenians were strongly represented, sending 235 and 157 delegates, respectively, the Armenian genocide was never mentioned in the debates. Alfred Rosmer, one of the few Western personalities who attended the Congress, described in his memoirs an extremely picturesque auditorium where all the Eastern costumes gathered together, making an astonishingly rich and colored picture. 63. Grigory Zinoviev speaks at the Congress of the Peoples of the East, Baku, September 1, 1920. Beyond its ideological confusion and propagandistic backdrop, however, the Baku Congress expressed some significant changes in revolutionary culture. Despite their small number among the delegates, women played an important role in the discussions. The chairmanship was equal, 2 male and 2 female presidents, and the question of women's rights was put on the agenda. The Turkish feminist Nagiye Hanım insisted that there was no national liberation without women's emancipation and claimed a complete civil and political equality for women in the East. Their struggle, she emphasized, went well beyond the right to walk in the street without wearing the chador. 64 At a time when women still did not have the right to vote in most Western countries, Hanım set forth the following demands. The Turkish Nagiye Hanım speaks at the Congress of the Peoples of the East, Baku, September 7, 1920. 1. Complete equality of rights. 2. Ensuring to women unconditional access to educational and vocational institutions established for men. 3. Equality of rights of both parties to marriage. Unconditional abolition of polygamy. 4. Unconditional admission of women to employment in legislative and administrative institutions. 5. Establishment of committees for the rights and protection of women everywhere, in cities, towns, and villages. 65. As Brigitte Studer points out, the Baku Congress was the first public event in which the communist movement tried, with its own language, to articulate the categories of class, gender, and race within a single political discourse. 66. Echoes of the Congress in the Western newspapers had a different taste. On September 23, the Times dismissed the Congress as the spectacle of 2 Jews, one of them a convicted pickpocket, summoning the world of Islam to a new jihad. 67 Writing from Moscow as a British reporter, H. G. Wells mentioned a Congress at Baku in which Zinoviev and his associates had convened white, black, brown, and yellow people, Asiatic customs and astonishing weapons with the purpose of swearing undying hatred of capitalism and British imperialism. 68 Behind these disparaging accounts, however, the British cabinet considered the Congress as a serious threat. In March 1921, one of the conditions it put on a trade agreement with the USSR was an end to its anti-British agitation in the East, epitomized by the Baku Assembly. 69 Undoubtedly, political and strategic confusion, Soviet realpolitik, diplomatic goals, ambiguous partnerships, and cultural paradoxes, appeals for women's emancipation alternating with encomiums to traditional Islam, shaped this event, whose immediate consequences were negligible. The Bolsheviks clearly led the dance, and the delegates followed their instructions. 5 years before the communist uprisings of Shanghai and Canton, the 8 Chinese delegates did not play any role in the discussions. Nonetheless, a retrospective assessment cannot ignore the symbolic dimension of the Baku Congress. In his inaugural speech, Zinoviev explicitly affirmed that the Communist International had broken with older social democratic attitudes, according to which civilized Europe could and must act as tutor to barbarous Asia. 70 Revolution was no longer considered as the exclusive realm of white European and American workers, and socialism could not be imagined without the liberation of colonized peoples. We are mindful that in the world there are living not only people with white skins, not only the Europeans whom the Second International took particularly into account, in addition, There are also in the world hundreds of millions of people who live in Asia and Africa. We want to put an end to the rule of capital everywhere in the world. And this will become possible only when we have lit the fire of revolution not merely in Europe and America but throughout the world, and when behind us march all the working people of Asia and Africa. 71. In his speech, Radek emphasized that nothing can stay the torrent of the workers of Persia, Turkey, India, if they unite with Soviet Russia. Soviet Russia can produce arms and arm not only its own workers and peasants, but also the peasants of India, Persia, Anatolia, all the oppressed, and lead them in a common struggle and a common victory. And he added that the Eastern policy of the Soviet government is no diplomatic maneuver. We are bound to you by a common destiny. 72. The conflicting relationships between communism and nationalism would be clarified in the following decades, but the October Revolution was the inaugural moment of global anti-colonialism. In the 1920s, anti-colonialism suddenly shifted from the realm of historical possibility to the field of political strategy and military organization. The Baku Conference announced this historic change. 73. Of course, this turn, both political and epistemological, had multiple dimensions. On the left, it meant the reconfiguration of the relationship between race and class, extending the conception of political agency to the colonized peoples. This change took place within the theoretical framework of Marxism and shaped the entire trajectory of 20th-century communism as a new stage of radical enlightenment. Communism merged humanism, anti-colonialism, and universalism. On the right, it meant the racialization of Bolshevism itself. Since the Russian Civil War and the revolutionary uprisings in Central Europe, nationalist propaganda had begun to depict the Bolsheviks as savages, as the embodiment of a dangerous form of Asiatic barbarism that threatened the West. 74. Under the Weimar Republic, Pan-Germanism cast the Slavic peoples as an inferior race and depicted the Bolsheviks as the leaders of a gigantic revolt of slaves, reminiscent of the prophecy made by Nietzsche. Racist stereotypes, from the Asiatic origins of Lenin to the myth of a Chinese Chaika. 75, saturated anti-communist literature. In the following decade, National Socialism completed this picture by describing Bolshevism as the coalition of a non-white subhumanity led by a revolutionary Jewish intelligentsia. In a famous speech delivered in Dusseldorf in 1932 before an audience of German industrialists, Hitler presented the USSR as a major threat to the white race and Western civilization. 76. For several decades, colonialism, anti-Semitism and anti-communism were essential dimensions of the political culture of Western conservatism, in a wide spectrum merging multiple currents and running from Churchill to Hitler. The alliance between communism and anti-colonialism experienced several moments of crisis and tension, related to both ideological conflicts and the imperatives of the USSR's foreign policies. In the 1930s, the French Communist Party's anti-fascist turn took place as a peculiar symbiosis of Stalinism and national republicanism, which inscribed the Russian Revolution into the tradition of Jacobinism and socialist internationalism into its universal civilizing mission. As a consequence, anti-colonialism was put aside. At the end of the Second World War, the PCF participated in a coalition government that violently repressed anti-colonial revolts in Algeria and Madagascar, and in the following decade it supported Prime Minister Guy Mollet at the beginning of the Algerian War. 77. In India, the communist movement was marginalized during the Second World War because of its decision to suspend its anti-colonial struggle and to support the British Empire's involvement in a military alliance with the USSR against the Axis powers. If these examples clearly show the contradictions of communist anti-colonialism, they do not change the historical role played by the USSR as a rear base for many anti-colonial revolutions. The entire process of decolonization took place in the context of the Cold War, within the relations of force established by the existence of the USSR. Retrospectively, decolonization appears as a historical experience in which the contradictory dimensions of communism previously mentioned, emancipation and authoritarianism, revolution and dictatorial power, permanently merged. In most cases, Anti-colonial struggles were conceived and organized like military campaigns carried out by liberation armies, and the political regimes they established were, from the beginning, one-party dictatorships. In Cambodia, at the end of a ferocious war, the military dimension of the anti-colonial struggle completely suffocated any emancipatory impulse, and the conquest of power by the Khmer Rouge immediately resulted in the establishment of a genocidal power. 78 The happiness of insurgent Havana on 1 January 1959 and the terror of the Cambodian killing fields are the dialectical poles of communism as anti-colonialism. Social democratic communism. The fourth dimension of 20th century communism is social democratic. In certain countries and periods, communism played the role traditionally fulfilled by social democracy. This happened in some Western countries, mostly in the post-war decades, thanks to a set of circumstances related to international context, the foreign policy of the USSR, and the absence or weakness of classic social democratic parties, and it also occurred in some countries born from decolonization. The most significant examples of this peculiar phenomenon are found in the US, at the time of the New Deal, in post-war France and Italy, as well as in India. Of course, social democratic communism was geographically and chronologically more circumscribed than its other forms, but it existed nonetheless. To a certain extent, the rebirth of social democracy itself after 1945 was a byproduct of the October Revolution, which had changed the balance of power on a global scale and compelled capitalism to transform significantly, adopting a human face. Social democratic communism is an oxymoronic definition that does not ignore the links of French, Italian, or Indian communism with revolutions, Stalinism, and decolonization. It does not neglect these movements' capacity to lead insurgencies, notably during the resistance against the Nazi occupation, or their organic connections with Moscow for several decades. Their first open criticism of USSR foreign policy took place only in the 1960s, first with the Sino-Soviet split, then with the invasion of Czechoslovakia by Soviet tanks. Even their internal structure and organization was, at least until the end of the 1970s, much more Stalinist than social democratic, as well as their culture, theoretical sources, and political imagination. In spite of these clearly recognizable features, such parties played a typical social democratic role, reforming capitalism, containing social inequalities, getting accessible healthcare, education, and leisure to the largest number of people, in short, improving the living conditions of the laboring classes and giving them political representation. Their goal was not the abolition of capitalism, but rather a global, social reformation within the framework of capitalism itself. Their politics fundamentally corresponded with the theoretical revision of classical Marxism proposed by Edward Bernstein in his famous essay Evolutionary Socialism, which envisaged a transformation of capitalism and a gradual road to socialism, even if no communist party ever acknowledged this connection. Bernstein's definition of socialism as universal citizenship and his claim of a historical continuity between liberalism and socialism fit the programs of social democratic communism. 79 In his essay, Bernstein urged the German Social Democratic Party to find the courage to emancipate itself from a phraseology which is actually outworn and to appear what it is in reality today, a democratic, socialistic party of reform. 80. Edward Bernstein. This conclusion did not differ very much from the orientation of the Italian Communist Party in the 1970s. Of course, its doctrinal armory remained strong and compelling, but it tried to reform capitalism instead of destroying it. This created a specific form of revisionism that consisted in conceptualizing its strategic orientation by reworking the canonical tradition. The publication of Gramsci's prison notebooks with his reflections on hegemony, national culture, historical bloc, Machiavelli, and the differences between the state in Russia and the West, was instrumental in legitimizing this social democratic turn. A strategist of revolution in the West was reinterpreted as the pioneer of evolutionary socialism. Hegemony meant the abandonment of any revolutionary break in favor of a purely institutional politics. Historical bloc designated the alliance between the left and the conservative Christian democracy, and the war of position was opposed to the war of manœuvre as a political action inscribed exclusively within the institutional framework of liberal democracy. 81 In 1976, Enrico Berlinguer, Santiago Carrillo and Georges Marques, the leaders of the Italian, Spanish, and French Communist parties, solemnly announced their abandonment of proletarian dictatorship. This rereading of Gramsci allowed the Italian communists to rejoin Bernstein without disavowing Lenin. The last attempt to give a theoretical ground to this kind of reformism was, in the mid-1970s, the idea of Eurocommunism, which some intellectuals elaborated by connecting it to the tradition of Austro-Marxism, embodied in the first half of the 20th century by thinkers like Otto Bauer, Max Adler, Karl Renner, and Rudolf Hilferding. 82 Both Austro-Marxism and Eurocommunism, Donald Sassoon argues, sought a third way between Soviet-style communism and reformist social democracy. 83 Like Otto Bauer, who defined his movement as a synthesis between the social achievements of Red Vienna and the heroic deeds of revolutionary socialism during the insurrection of February 1934, the Italian Communist Party claimed the legacy of the resistance and proudly publicized the achievements of Red Bologna, the city that it had administered since 1945. Of course, one of the peculiar features of social democratic communism was its exclusion from political power, except for a couple of years between the end of World War II and the breakout of the Cold War. Unlike the British Labour Party, the German SPD, or Scandinavia's social democracies, it could not claim paternity of the welfare state. In the US, the Communist Party was one of the left pillars of the New Deal, along with the trade unions, but it never entered the Roosevelt administration. It did not experience power, only the purges of McCarthyism. In France and Italy, the communist parties were strongly influential in the birth of post-war social policies simply because of their strength and their capacity to put pressure on governments. The arena of their social reformism was municipal socialism in the cities they led as hegemonic strongholds, like Bologna, or the Parisian Red Belt. In a much bigger country like India, the communist governments of Kerala and West Bengal could be considered equivalent forms of local, post-colonial welfare states. In Europe, social democratic communism had two necessary premises: on the one hand, the resistance that legitimized communist parties as democratic forces, on the other, the economic growth that followed the post-war reconstruction. By the 1980s, the time of social democratic communism was over. Therefore, the end of communism in 1989 throws a new light on the historical trajectory of social democracy itself. In the post-war years, its image was mostly linked to the establishment of the welfare state in the advanced capitalist countries of the West. This widespread identification, while by no means wrong, requires some explanation. Of course, in many countries socialist currents participated in the resistance and contributed to the defeat of fascism. They re-established democracy and conquered substantial economic gains. The welfare state introduced by the Labour government of Clement Attlee in the United Kingdom, the programme of the National Council of the Resistance in France, or the Italian Constitution of 1946, prepared jointly by socialists, communists, and Christian Democrats, to recall only the most significant examples. An accomplished form of the social democratic welfare state only existed, however, in Scandinavia, where, according to Tony Eude, social democracy became almost a way of life. 84 Elsewhere, the welfare state was much more the result of a capitalist self-reformation than a social democratic conquest. The premises of this humanized form of capitalism were announced in the famous 1942 report by William Beveridge in the United Kingdom. After 1947, the Marshall Plan fostered many welfare measures in the realms of health, pensions, and education, as well as against occupational injuries and unemployment. In Germany, the welfare state was established by a politician as conservative as Konrad Adenauer. In France, by the coalition governments of the Fourth Republic. In Italy, the Christian democratic governments introduced a weaker form of the welfare state by implementing many of the social institutions inherited from the fascist regime. At the end of the Second World War, in the midst of a continent in ruins, capitalism was unable to restart without powerful state intervention. Despite its obvious, and largely achieved, goal of defending the principle of the free market against the Soviet economy, the Marshall Plan was, as its name indicated, a plan that assured the transition from total war to peaceful reconstruction. Without such massive American help, many materially destroyed European countries would have been unable to recover quickly, and the United States worried that a new economic collapse might push entire countries towards communism. 85. From this point of view, the post-war welfare state was an unexpected outcome of the complex and contradictory confrontation between communism and capitalism that had begun in 1917. Whatever the values, convictions, and commitments of its members and even its leaders, social democracy played a rentier's role. It could defend freedom, democracy, and the welfare state in the capitalist countries simply because the USSR existed, and capitalism had been compelled to transform itself in the context of the Cold War. In the final analysis, this confirms the dialectical relationship between reform and revolution that Rosa Luxemburg sketched at the end of the 19th century, when German socialism was shaken by the controversy over revisionism. Work for reform, she wrote against Edward Bernstein, does not contain its own force independent from revolution. In each historic period, work for reforms is carried on only in the framework of the social form created by the last revolution. Here is the kernel of the problem. 86. The historic turn of 1989 confirmed this diagnostic. After 1989 and the end of real socialism, capitalism recovered its savage face, rediscovered the élan of its heroic times and dismantled the welfare state almost everywhere. In most Western countries, social democracy turned to neoliberalism and became an essential tool of this transition. And alongside old-style social democracy, even social democratic communism disappeared. The self-dissolution of the Italian Communist Party, in 1991, was the emblematic epilogue of this process. It did not turn into a classic social democratic party but rather an advocate of center-left liberalism, with the explicitly claimed model of the American Democratic Party. For decades, the PCI had embodied the hope of a new left-wing force capable of overcoming the historical split between communism and social democracy. This was the project of Giorgio Amendola, the communist leader who had suggested the reunification of the Italian left after the death of Palmiro Togliatti in 1964. In his view, the reasons for the schism engendered by the October Revolution no longer existed and times were ripe for creating a new unified left movement, as socialism had been before 1914. His proposal was rejected, even if it laid the groundwork for Berlinguer's historic compromise strategy 10 years later. But the golden age of reformism was over. In the 1980s, communism disappeared, and social democracy went neoliberal. Excluded from central power, post-war European communist parties tended to act like counter-societies in which the entire existence of their members was reshaped, from their workday to their cultural practices and imagination. 88 Communists had their own newspapers and magazines, publishing houses, movies, and music, their own leisure activities and their own rituals. Communism was a kind of anthropological microcosm that enveloped daily life. As many testimonies emphasized, the Communist parties simultaneously played the role of a church, as a community of faith, of an army, with its hierarchy and discipline, and of a school, with educational purposes. Joining the party was experienced as a conversion and leaving it entailed apostasy and excommunication. Thus, social democratic communism did not escape from the legacy of both communism as revolution and communism as regime, the revolution as a military organization for struggle and the regime as a monolithic system of power. The logic of the Cold War reinforced this pattern. Depicting communist movements in the West as foreign bodies and fifth columns inside liberal democracy, anti-communism reinforced their tendency to act as counter-societies, monolithic and impermeable to any external influence. Intellectuals and artists were mostly fellow travelers, insofar as party membership would prove an obstacle to their independence and creative activity. The heteronomies of Ilio Barantini. The four communist souls mentioned above, revolution, regime, anti-colonialism, and social democratic reformism, were distinct yet deeply entangled dimensions of the same phenomenon. Exceptionally, they could find a unique embodiment not only in the abstractions of political theory but also in the living trajectory of human beings. A figure usually neglected by communist scholarship, Ilio Barantini, was one of these singular incarnations. Without being a leader or a thinker, he played a significant role in the history of Italian and international communism. 89 His life shows how communism changed the existence of ordinary working-class people by transforming them into first-class political actors on a global scale. Of course, not all communist activists became a Barantini, but far from being fortuitous his path was emblematic. Ilio Barantini. Photograph from the Fascist Police Archives. Ilio Barantini in Ethiopia. Biblioteca Labronica Livorno. Born in 1890 to a peasant family in Cesena, Tuscany, he was still an adolescent when he joined the Socialist Party. In 1921 he participated in the foundation of the Italian Communist Party, in which, as a railway worker, he took up trade union responsibilities. Very soon, he became an anti-fascist activist. After being arrested several times, in 1931 he escaped the fascist police and ultimately emigrated to France, the stronghold of Italian communist exile. He was 41 when the Communist International called him to Moscow, where he was selected to attend the Frunze Military Academy. 1 year later he was in Manchuria, freshly occupied by Japan, where he joined the communist guerrillas. We do not know how much time he spent in China. In 1936, at the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War, Barantini was appointed as an officer of the International Brigades and played an important role during the Battle of Guadalajara. Thanks to his solid reputation as a military expert, in 1938 he was sent to Ethiopia, where the Comintern had decided to support Abyssinian guerrilla warfare against the Italian occupation. He lived there for 2 years. With 2 other communists, Anton Ukmer and Bruno Rolla, Barantini advised the Ethiopian resistance and participated in the editorship of a bilingual, Aramaic and Italian, weekly, La Voce degli Abyssini. Hunted by the fascist army, he left Africa and returned to France, where he became one of the leading members of the Moi of Marseille. The Moi was the immigrant branch of the Communist Party, mostly composed of Eastern Jews, Italians, Spaniards, and Armenians. Its main activity was organizing military attacks against the German occupation forces, notably by killing officers. After the fall of fascism in 1943 he came back to Italy, where he participated in the resistance as a military expert. By the time of liberation, Barantini had experienced the revolution of the early 1920s, the Stalinist USSR, anti-colonialism in China and Ethiopia, and anti-fascism in Italy, Spain, France, and Italy again. In 1946 he was elected as a deputy in the first parliament of the Italian Republic. 2 years later, he used his authority and charisma to stop the spontaneous insurrection that followed the fascist attack against the secretary of the Communist Party, Palmiro Togliatti. Barantini, the former revolutionary and guerrilla fighter, had become a social democratic communist. The last years of his life, he died in a car accident in 1951, were quiet and peaceful. His itinerary emblematically mirrors the multiple roles played by communism during the first half of the 20th century. Epilogue. In 1989, the fall of communism closed the curtain on a play as epic as it was tragic, as exciting as it was terrifying, of the human gigantic adventure to change the world. The time of decolonization and the welfare state was over, but the collapse of communism as regime also took with it communism as revolution. Instead of liberating new forces, the end of the USSR engendered a widespread awareness of the historical defeat of 20th century revolutions. Paradoxically, the shipwreck of real socialism engulfed the communist utopia. The 21st century left is compelled to reinvent itself, to distance itself from previous patterns. It is creating new models, new ideas, and a new utopian imagination. This reconstruction is not an easy task, insofar as the fall of communism left the world without alternatives to capitalism and created a different mental landscape. A new generation has grown up in a neoliberal world in which capitalism has become a natural form of life. The left rediscovered an ensemble of revolutionary traditions that had been suppressed or marginalized over the course of a century, anarchism foremost among them, and recognized a plurality of political subjects previously ignored or relegated to a secondary position. The experiences of the alter globalization movements, the Arab Spring, Occupy Wall Street, the Spanish Indignados, Syriza, the French Nuit Debout and Gilets Jaunes, feminist and LGBT movements, and Black Lives Matter, are steps in the process of building a new revolutionary imagination, discontinuous, nourished by memory but at the same time severed from 20th century history and deprived of a usable legacy. Born as an attempt at taking heaven by storm, 20th century communism became, with and against fascism, an expression of the dialectic of the Enlightenment. Ultimately, the Soviet-style industrial cities, 5-year plans, agricultural collectivization, spacecraft, gulags converted into factories, nuclear weapons, and ecological catastrophes, were different forms of the triumph of instrumental reason. Was not communism the frightening face of a Promethean dream, of an idea of progress that erased and destroyed any experience of self-emancipation? Was not Stalinism a storm piling wreckage upon wreckage and which millions of people mistakenly called progress? 90 Fascism merged a set of conservative values inherited from the counter-enlightenment with a modern cult of science, technology, and mechanical strength. Stalinism combined a similar cult of technical modernity with a radical and authoritarian form of enlightenment. Socialism transformed into a cold utopia. A new, global left will not succeed without working through this historical experience. Extracting the emancipatory core of communism from this field of ruins is not an abstract, merely intellectual operation. It will require new battles, new constellations, in which all of a sudden the past will re-emerge and memory flash up. Revolutions cannot be scheduled, they always come unexpectedly.